Limited. Colleagues from the many ministries, agencies, NGOs, companies, organizations who are here, and those who are online. Members of the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, good morning to you all. On behalf of the University of West Indies, Faculty of Science and Technology, we here at the Mona campus would like to welcome you to what we hope is a wonderful opportunity for learning and sharing. With our partners, the Ocean Policy Research Institute, the Saskatchewan Peace Foundation, and New Leaf Power Conservation Solutions, it is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that I welcome you and look forward to the day. Not just knowledge, but to foster collaboration, to ignite and embark on a journey of learning and garnering information as we come together from diverse backgrounds and look at the experiences and the wealth of opportunities that it presents. Over the course of this workshop, we aim to inspire, educate, empower each other, and make strong connections that will last beyond what we do here today. I encourage you all to engage actively, to share information, ideas, concepts. Let us embark on this collective exploration of knowledge as we share what we hope is going to be very transformative. Visionary approach to sustainable development, harness the vast competence, potential for the oceans and water resources of economic growth and environmental stewardship. It encompasses a wide spectrum of industries, and I'm so pleased that so many industries, companies, and organizations have decided to join us today to share energy, tourism, maritime transportation, just to name a few. In an era of environmental challenges and climate change, the blue economy offers a pathway forward. It is one of resilience, one of prosperous coastal communities, while safeguarding the health of our oceans, making it a crucial framework in which we should operate. I am Dale Weber. I am the director of the Center for Marine Sciences, and my role here today is to be the conductor of an orchestra of a wide range of individuals assembled to share. I will ensure that you don't go too long or too short. I will ensure that there are questions. I will ensure that there are discussions. I cannot guarantee answers, but I will do my best. So on behalf of the university and our partners, the Ocean Policy Research Institute and the New Leaf Power Conservation Solutions, welcome and look forward to a brilliant day. I'm going to call on our Deputy Principal, Dr. Tomlin Paul, to bring a welcome from the university as we are sitting in what was his old home, having been Dean of the Faculty of Medical Sciences, where we are now gathered. Deputy Principal Paul. I haven't called you that before. Deputy Principal Paul, welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Weber, our chairman. Honorable Matthew Samuda, Minister without Portfolio, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Dr. Heidi Sagaguchi, President of the Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Saskatchewan Peace Foundation. Dr. Masanori Kobayashi, Senior Research Fellow at the Ocean Policy Research Institute. Professor Michael Taylor, Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology here at UWI Mona. Professor Mona Weber, Head of the Department of Life Sciences. Professor Weber, your chair, but also just to acknowledge your directorship as Center for Marine Sciences. Members of faculty, students of the UWI, our distinguished guests, members of the media, also Mr. Robert Wright, Managing Director, New Leaf Power Conservations Limited. Good morning and welcome. It's a pleasure to bring you greetings this morning on behalf of the UWI Mona campus at this international workshop on sustainable blue economies in Jamaica and the Caribbean. The term blue economy represents a vision for sustainable development, one that seeks to balance economic growth with environmental preservation. Today we embark on a journey to explore, learn, and collaborate on strategies that will ensure the vitality and prosperity of our oceans for generations to come, not just for now, but for the future. Our oceans cover some 70% of the Earth's surface, and it plays a vital role in supporting life on this planet. They provide us with food, livelihoods, transportation, countless other resources. In fact, many of us have good stories. I'm sure all of us have good stories to tell, especially if you live in the Caribbean, about a beach or an ocean, whether it is escovitch fish at Alligator Pond, or Shark and Bake. Anybody knows that one? Shark and Bake at Maracas Bay. But we're surrounded by the oceans, and as I said, our livelihood and our day-to-day living, and just our, overall experience as a community of people in the Caribbean is critically connected to the oceans. However, our oceans are also facing unprecedented challenges from overfishing, pollution, and the effects of climate change, and the threat of an emerging industry, that of deep seabed mining. The need for sustainable management and conservation has never been more urgent, ladies and gentlemen. The University of the West Indies here at Mona has always been a facilitating institution. The blue economy is a vast industry to which we are proud to integrate into our operations here on the campus to boost our environmental cognizance, utilize these practices as teaching tools, and continue to encourage our students and associates to champion environmental consciousness. That is all part of what I will call being a socially accountable university, one that is responding to the priority needs of the population and the community that we serve. This workshop today represents a unique opportunity for us to come together as a community of thought leaders, innovators, and advocates for the environment. I want to especially thank our champions in the area of the marine research and the marine work, the Professor Webbers, Professor Dale, and Professor Mona, who have been leading in terms of thought leadership and research and building capacity in terms of science and research for the campus. There are many graduates I know who have come through from the hands of our professors. Over the course of today, we'll have the privilege of hearing from leading experts engaging in stimulating discussions and exploring practical solutions that can drive sustainable economic growth while protecting our oceans. The UWI Mona welcomes partnerships with open arms. And so this is really special for us today that we are talking about not going the path alone, not sailing on the ocean alone, but really joining hands and having these partnerships that are critical to our success and building long-lasting collaboration. So I'd like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to our partners, the Ocean Policy Research Institute, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and New Leaf Powers and Conservation Limited, and the organizers from the Faculty of Science and Technology and the Center for Marine Sciences who have made this event possible. Your dedication to this cause is truly commendable, and we are fortunate to have your support in this endeavor. In closing, on behalf of the UWI Mona campus, I wish us all a productive and inspiring workshop. May our time together be marked by meaningful conversations, innovative ideas, and a shared determination to create a sustainable and thriving economy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Principal. It is clear that the university has put its support behind this as well as many events. In fact, as we planned and organized, each time I called on the office of the principal or deputy principal or the dean or the head of department, I got a yes, 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 and a yes. So we're all here, and I think we should be grateful. We have remarks to come from two colleagues who are not able to be in the room, and they do have other constraints which limit their contributions. However, I'm going to ask first he's down as our keynote speaker to speak after, but our minister, Mr. Matthew Samuda, is in New York, actually is just outside the UN where he's supposed to have been 15 minutes ago, but has delayed that to be here with us to give us his opening remarks and his speech. Minister Samuda, may we invite you to speak? Sound?
Thank you, Prof. Are you hearing me? Morning.
Not hearing him. Go again, Minister.
Good morning. Good morning.
Two technical moments. One moment.
Sure.
Try again, Minister.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
You know, technical difficulties always ask you to find other responses. So I know some of us are gifted and can lip read, and I know Minister actually can sign, but I don't want to do that today. So Ishmael, work some magic for me. Yes, we're hearing you now, Minister. Thank you very much.
I see you have a full house this morning of experts all, and it's indeed my privilege to join you briefly this morning. The oceans are at a crossroads. I would never presume to try and educate any of you experts on the current health of our oceans, but there is no doubt that our oceans are coming under the pressures associated with the triple planetary crisis. That is climate change, that is biodiversity loss, and of course, pollution. The very approach to the oceans in Jamaica, I think, come under the philosophical outlook that would have been behind the establishment of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. The reality is that sustainable economic growth cannot be achieved through environmental degradation, nor can inclusive prosperity be achieved through pollution. Now, we've made a number of policy interventions targeting ocean health, but it is against the backdrop that we believe that ocean health is indeed ocean wealth. Now, though the oceans are under unprecedented pressures, I think we have to also acknowledge that over the last 18 months or so, there has been finally, in some cases, some steps in the right direction. Now, to what do I refer? Firstly, the WTO, after 30 years, finally made moves last year on the issue of overfishing. The UNEP, through the United Nations Environmental Assembly last year, agreed on the establishment of an INC for a global plastics treaty, as well as banned 3 other pollutants. The Global Biodiversity Framework was finally agreed upon at the Kunming Montreal COP in December last year. So the reality is the globe has finally at minimum acknowledged the challenge and agreed to deal with it. Now, there is an implementation deficit, and I think that is always the case. That is always where the rubber hits the road, as they would say. But ultimately, Jamaica is moving ahead in each of these areas to ensure there is sufficient ocean health to create ocean wealth in Jamaica. Now, to what do I mean? Okay, looking at the triple planetary crisis, I'll start with the last element first, the issue of pollution. Jamaica has made some important steps. Jamaica, in 2019 and 2020, began the process of phasing out some single-use plastic items. That would have been the styrofoam, the plastic bag, and the straw. That's just an initial step. This year, we will introduce bans on plastic lunchbox containers. We will also introduce bans on personal care products that contain microplastic beads that no filtration system would extract. That's a major step in the right direction. However, there is no illusion that Jamaica has a solid waste management problem and a sewage problem, both of which impact our marine environment negatively. It is why Jamaica was happy to procure 50 garbage trucks last year to increase our fleet and our capacity for collection. It's why we currently have a further 50 trucks in procurement now, and we will purchase another 50 next year. Now, this will give Jamaica the rolling stock that it needs to actually collect or have the capacity to collect the waste that it desperately needs to collect. Now, that doesn't excuse the human behavioral issues, and we'll have to work on that certainly to facilitate cultural change, and we know that will take some time. But in the interim, we are working with groups like Grace Kennedy and the Ocean Cleanup on the issue of Kingston Harbour and building in the sorts of buoys that stop waste entering our space. They're at 4 gullies currently. We do expect to help them get to 19 over the next 3 years. The next major gully for them is indeed the Sandy Gully. So we're working on the solid waste issue, and we're already seeing the impact of that in some regard. The other chronic issue, and the one that doesn't get the attention that it deserves, is indeed sewage. And I know we cannot discuss sewage, certainly in the Kingston Harbour, without contemplating pre and post Soapberry. Soapberry processes 18% of our sewage waste from Kingston and St. Andrew, and I think we've already seen the improvement in the health of the Kingston Harbour from that investment. This year, Jamaica will go to tender for will go to market for the divestment of Soapberry. That will force whoever gets that project to double that capacity. It will also force them to significantly improve the quality of the wastewater. So the plant will be upgraded both for quality and for quantity management. Jamaica is also investing a further $2 billion a year per year for the next 3 years to improve sewage connectivity, certainly in downtown Kingston and in Portmore. So this should significantly reduce discharge into our marine environment. That is also happening and being programmed for Ocho Rios, Falmouth, and Montego Bay, where we've also had issues in southern Jamaica, in St. Elizabeth into eastern Westmoreland. There is a design being done for a sewage solution there. So we're working on our pollution issues, certainly within our microenvironment, within the EEZ that we have control over. Jamaica is an active participant in implementing the GBF, not just in Jamaica. Jamaica would have also joined the Caribbean Biological Corridor. So Jamaica is working to strengthen its capacity to at least have the data for its marine health. That's a critical step. So we're dealing with the biodiversity loss issues. It should be noted that last year, Jamaica completed, after many decades of promises, protection of the Pedro Keys. So the Pedro Keys are also now protected. The third issue, which is one that is not always within our capacity to deal with, it's not always totally up to us how we react to the issue, and that is the issue of climate change. There's no doubt that Jamaica is a victim of climate change. There's no doubt that Jamaica's ocean space is being negatively impacted. The temperatures that we would have seen in July and August are frightening. The fact is, there is evidence of an early coral bleaching exercise. How widespread it is, I would allow Professor Mona Weber, to tell you how widespread that is later on. But the issue is, our marine environment is indeed under threat. And though we're taking steps to deal with it, I think it needs to be acknowledged, because any development or any sustainable economic activity, dubbed the blue economy, has to depend on a very healthy marine environment if we're to get benefit. But what is the blue economy? What is the blue economy globally, and what is it in the Jamaican context? The American Blue Economy Strategy by NOAA looks at 5 primary focus initiatives. That's marine transportation, ocean exploration, seafood competitiveness, tourism and recreation, and coastal resilience. Now, it's no secret to anyone in the room that Jamaica is an ocean state. In fact, it's one of the larger ocean states in the region. It is the 3rd largest English-speaking country, and we have a EEZ 24 times the size of our terrestrial landmass. Now, that's something that's not widely understood within society. In many ways, our ocean space could be classified as being more valuable than our landmass. But there's another interesting dynamic when one considers Jamaica. And does Jamaica have a blue society? So how will we drive a blue economy if we don't have a blue society? But do we or do we not have a blue society? 70% of our population lives within 5 kilometers of the sea. But in many ways, and has been stated by the Prime Minister, in many ways, Jamaicans have turned their back to the sea. So despite living around the coast, we don't operate like a blue society. What is the Jamaican blue economy? What are the primary drivers of our economic activity there? We know it's logistics, it's tourism, it's fisheries, it's leisure, and it's potentially entering into the energy space. Jamaica's blue assets are wide and varied. It's our location. The logistics capacity, because of our God-blessed location, is amazing. The water, it provides opportunity for consumption as well as energy. The marine land, Jamaica's keys are also not leveraged as it should be. The food and the pelagic flow, the view, the blue society, our blue visitors, our blue talent, and certainly ocean education by way of is an industry that we believe could go further. Now, though a sensitive topic, I think you still have to acknowledge it as a natural asset. The reality is Jamaica's EEZ is also likely to have significant mineral and gas deposits. Unrealized assets are, however, not being converted for the economic benefit of of Jamaicans. And I think that is where Jamaica has to look at how we're going to do so sustainably. Having a location like we do, we haven't fully taken advantage of our logistics capacity. And I think that industrialization of our southern eastern belt is going to significantly benefit us in the near future. And that goes all the way to Vernon Field. So when one contemplates the expansion of the Kingston Harbour and the interconnectivity that must come, it plays a role in the blue economic development. Outside of the traditional uses for our water, we've not taken advantage of newer technologies. We've not taken advantage of some of the energy opportunities by way of wind and wave action. And we certainly have not used the newer technology, the less environmentally harmful technology for desalination to solve some of our significant water issues. And that is something that I believe we will need to do. I'm also a strong supporter of us leveraging our marine land. Our quays provide the backdrop for significant increases in our pleasure craft industry. The pleasure craft industry that exists in Bahamas it dwarfs our small sail space. Every time I've gone up and down the eastern islands, I find it quite unfortunate that Jamaicans do not take advantage of the sailing opportunities in our space. Now, there are reasons of cost for that. There are also reasons of particular systems that we need to change, but it is something that we are looking at very seriously. The other area that I think is important for contemplation in your deliberations today is fisheries. I saw Dr. Bellamy earlier giving an earful, I would say, to Prof. Weber. But our fisheries opportunities are enormous. The pelagic flow that we are blessed with is significant. But Jamaica's fisheries sector has largely been artisanal. And there's no secret that we have overfished our reefs. And that has a dramatic impact on our environmental health. And also, I think, affects the sustainability of the fisheries sector. Now, I know where Dr. Bellamy's heart and head is with the future of fisheries. So I'm not sure if he's presenting later. I won't go too much into that space. But the reality is environmental management of our nearshore environment is going to be critical to the future of the fisheries sector. We intend to work hand in hand with NEPA and the Fisheries Division to ensure that this is an area of significant economic growth in the future, but sustainably so. The area I think that Jamaica most needs to deal with is our cultural attitudes towards the ocean. Can't continue being an island with 3 million people and most of us can't swim. It's a small issue in many ways, but it's a large issue. We don't have an appreciation for the natural asset that the ocean is to us. And because we don't have that appreciation of the value of this natural asset, we have not unleashed the creativity of our people to generate economic activity. There are a number of ways to do this. We do have significant initiatives to get young people into sailing, to get them into swimming, to get them into diving, because we believe persons who appreciate the ocean will protect the ocean and will find the ways to leverage the ocean sustainably for economic growth. Prof, I hope that I have covered, I think, the overarching umbrella look at Jamaica's blue economy. I know the experts in the room will put much on the table later, and I look forward to the outcome document to see where you guys ended up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Few minutes I gave you, tried keeping up and taking notes, but I'll say at the end of the day when I'm trying to pull together. But thank you very much and wish you a good day at the UN as you go to battle and task for us. We continue in our opening ceremony by asking the head of our partnership relationship in terms of the Ocean Policy Research Institute to bring his greetings. He would have liked to have been here. Hide Sasiguchi is in Japan, and I think it's 11-something p.m. there. So we thank him for staying up so that we can get up to hear his presentation, and thank you for the partnership, Hide. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Weaver. Excellency and the Honorable Minister Matthew Samuda, Minister for Economic Growth and Job Creation, Professor Dale Weaver, and the Director Center for Marine Sciences at the University of West Indies, Dr. Tomlin Paul, Deputy Principal of the University of the West Indies, and my good friend, Mr. Robert Wright, Managing Director, New Leaf Power and Conservation Solutions, and all distinguished colleagues and friends. Good morning over there, and very good evening for me. I would like to welcome you all to this international workshop on sustainable blue economies in Jamaica and the Caribbean, challenges and international partnership, jointly organized by the University of West Indies, the New Leaf Power Conservation Solutions, and the Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Saska Peace Foundation, which I belong to. As was kindly introduced, my name is Hide Sakaguchi, President of the Ocean Policy Research Institute, speaking from Tokyo, Japan. Actually, I was strongly hoping to be with you in Kingston today. However, unfortunately, I had a little bit severe heart attack and operation this month, and my doctor cautiously stopped me to have an overseas trip for a while. But I will visit to Kingston to see you at the next occasion before long, because I know Jamaica is at a quite high level in medics. So that means it's quite safe to visit. So if the doctor allows me, I will visit you as soon as possible. But anyway, please allow me to speak you online today. But instead, I sent 3 of my colleagues, researchers from my institute, to see you there. And I'm certain that they will have a rich interaction with you today and during this workshop visiting in Kingston. Right now, in the previous from the previous speakers, I have already learned a lot from Minister Samuda in his keynote speech, and from Professor Weaver and Dr. Tomlin Paul about Jamaica. And now I know Jamaica is the center of the Caribbean Sea and plays an important role in safeguarding the ocean, precious marine biodiversity, marine resources, and many other aspects. At the same time, Jamaica hosts the headquarters for the International Seabed Authority that provides an important platform for policy making and management with respect to deep sea mineral resources and ecosystems in the area behind national jurisdiction. On the other hand, as you may know, the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, which is so-called Ocean Panel now. Both Jamaica and Japan are active members to advance policy implementation and international partnership towards promoting sustainable blue economies. For this Ocean Panel initiative, the Institute, Ocean Policy Research Institute I'm directing, has been dedicated to be a member of the advisory network, and I myself am a member of the expert group for the Ocean Panel from the beginning. That means we have already a common platform at the multilateral level in the context of promoting sustainable blue economies. The government of Jamaica recognized the great potential of sustainable blue economies in Jamaica and Caribbean nations. However, like other regions, the Caribbean Sea faces numerous threats, as we have already learned in the previous speakers, and challenges such as seawater warming, fish stock depletion, marine biodiversity loss, marine pollution, increased extreme climate events, such devastating hurricane, and illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, which so-called IUU fishing, and etc. Under those problems I mentioned above, Ocean Policy Research Institute has tackled to find solutions to realize sustainable blue economies with ocean conservation and good management through research works and policy dialogues. However, our work have been centered around the Asian area and also Pacific over the last decades. But in early 2022, I came to visit Caribbean countries, and 2 weeks later, I met Mr. Robert Wright there at Our Ocean Conference in Palau. And since then, Ocean Policy Research Institute started to expand the geographical coverage in its research and activities to the Caribbean Sea. And we have found out the Caribbean Sea that there are many island countries and territories that share common challenges with island countries and territories in the Pacific area, which we have tackled in a decades. Ladies and gentlemen, the ocean doesn't divide the world, but connect the world. To tackle mounting challenge faced with the ocean, it is imperative that the international community forge collective actions. The ocean is used by various stakeholders for multi-purposes, such as fisheries, maritime transport, tourism, and renewable energy production, and etc. Thus, the coordination of the ocean use among multi-stakeholders is challenging, and it is essential to promote cross-sectoral and multi-stakeholder partnership for achieving sustainable ocean. Then we need to consolidate different disciplinary knowledge, such as marine ecology and biology, biophysical and earth science, technology, economics and finance, laws and policies and social science, etc. Then we underline the importance of this multidisciplinary approach as a way to promote ocean conservation and sustainable blue economies. This means that knowledge we need for ocean management is not just modern science, but we also need to take account of traditional knowledge and practices. And also we need to listen the local people's demand and for the future. From this viewpoint, it is very significant that this workshop is hosted by the University of West Indies, because I have learned today, and also I know that the University of Western Indies is not just a place to give education, but social as a social infrastructure and a platform to develop and share knowledge and experiences, and to consolidate knowledge of various disciplines that are vital for sustainable ocean management and sustainable blue economies. From my viewpoint, it is really ideal to collaborate with the University of West Indies in this point for us. It is also indeed vital to develop a capacity of young people, as sustainable ocean management requires continuous and long-term commitment and engagement. Because, for example, for many initiatives in many, for example, United Nations, the target is set at 2030 or sometimes 2050 for the zero carbon emission to a world. So that means we really need the input and manpower for the young people who can live next 20 years or 30 years. Then I encourage you to exchange candid views, knowledge, and perspectives on the risks and challenges that the ocean faces at the present and the future, and to vigorously pursue the way to instigate actions aimed at promoting ocean conservation and sustainable blue economies. From this workshop, I hope to see a case emerge in which research institute, university, government, private sector, NGOs, and local community work together to forge social capacity and undertake collaborative actions for ocean conservation and sustainable blue economies. I wish you a great success at this workshop and look forward to learning about the outcome of the workshop. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity and the collaboration. Let's work toward achieving sustainable ocean and sustainable blue economies in Jamaica and the Caribbean together with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sakaguchi, President of the Ocean Policy Research Institute at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. You have, in fact, sent us strong representatives, and I feel very sure, in fact, the gentlemen who are at the head table representing you have represented well, and I feel your presence through their presence, and we will continue to keep you in touch. We are saddened by the news you've just shared about your medical condition, but rest assured, we're in the building of the Faculty of Medical Sciences, and our deputy principal was former dean of the faculty, so we guarantee you top service when you come, and I say when, not if. The oceans,
Thank you.
The oceans do in fact connect us rather than separate us, and the emphasis on the youth is well represented here. In fact, I like to consider myself as using the full warranty as opposed to needing more support. But we have the balance here between both sides, and I'm grateful that you recognize both as we move forward. So thank you once again. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony, which, as I said, we were going to be not too long, not too short, but keep the information flowing. We thank those who have presented. We thank the minister for having jumped out of UN. We thank Dr. Sakaguchi for being up late despite all the issues. We thank Deputy Principal Paul for having come across to share with us. And we look forward to the continued sharing, which we will move into. I'm going to ask for 3 minutes just for us to move the podium, because this is the only formality that's going to happen here. Hereafter, it's all sharing on that wall behind me, and we will then take questions and discussions as we move around. So, 2 minutes break while we do the readjustment, and I then invite Mr. Anthony McKenzie to come to the head table. Already at the head table is Masanori Kobayashi, and we're going to invite Mr. Travis Graham. So the first panel will be those three together looking at state of the ocean, in terms of the Jamaica's ocean and coasts and our ocean policies, the sustainable blue economies and co-benefits from a Japanese standpoint, global, because I know you did this in South Africa before, so we have many dimensions to consider, and then avenue of sustainable tourism. So thank you very much again, and give us 2 minutes for the readjustment.
Heavies. Alright, I have to grab the next time.
You're not getting the whole word. I would think you probably, you probably should say the keys, jackets.
Don't get too far.
Come, Anthony, come here, son. We're going to pass around now. If you sit here, you can probably see the presentation while you speak to it. That was the end.
So we sit or stand?
You can sit, man. You can inform on share information.
Okay.
Alright, so one here. Travis, you're right here. Is you. It will be on the screen, so if you sit here, you can see that. You're passing over there, and I will still come here.
So we have Golden Eye Foundation.
Golden Eye.
Travis Graham works with them, so they're
Golden Eye
jointly
Foundation in
involved.
St. Mary.
St. Mary.
Okay.
So they jointly manage the protected area, and also just have other environmental programs that they're supporting. So
Okay.
we wanted to have them speak to, practically what's being done in the area as an example.
Definitely.
For sustainable tourism. So far, so good. Thanks for coming.
Pleasure. Yeah, not too bad. Mackenzie, Anthony Mackenzie.
Of the Submarine Trust, Golden Eye
Yeah,
Foundation.
man.
Which organization?
Nepal.
Oh, you remember that?
Anthony Mackenzie.
Oh, okay.
Press it to turn it on.
Like, come on. It's on. You can see the light come like red, that means the batteries.
Come on, put that in front here. Not trying to dress formal. So I'm going to go in first. Then I'm going to go next. And you're going third. And I'm going to trail you. So then you follow on after this one. I mean, thinking of let them go. And bring them up. Probably was supposed to change. Third. Morning again, colleagues. Our 2 minutes have transpired. We are ready to get into the sessions. Those of you who are networking, can we ask you to come back to the tables and network? The coffee break was going to be a little later, but the coffee is here. So if you're already grabbing coffee, grab your coffee and come. Devon, are you a coffee drinker? That's why you're not there. Colleagues, can I get you back over here? You know, I know you're all by name, you know, so I don't want to start calling names like teacher. So grab your coffee and come, or you can pick up your coffee later, but let's see if we can get on track. We are already 3 minutes ahead of time. Let's see if we can stay ahead of time for the day. Which means I'll be telling some of you that your 15 minutes are up. I don't have a mic to pull, so I'll probably jump in front of the screen and wave or something. But we do need to work with time because we value your time, and we know that to take a whole day, which many of you have done, is important. We want to maximize what we can get out of the day. So I think we're all settled and we are good to go. So for our first set of panels, we have 3 presenters. Mr. Anthony McKenzie is the Director of Environmental Management and Conservation at the National Environment and Planning Agency. He has agreed, and by the way, I will say that everybody here agreed with just one, not even an email, one WhatsApp to say, can you? And they said yes. He is going to talk about the state of the ocean and coast in Jamaica and Jamaica's ocean policy. He will be followed very quickly by Mr. Masanori Kobayashi, who's a senior research fellow from the SPF, and he is going to tell us a bit about the sustainable blue economies and the co-benefits from the experiences he's had in Japan and other places around the world. As I mentioned, when we were asked to host this, we actually saw what was done in South Africa, and we said, yes, we can do this and probably even do it better. Then we're going to have a little bit on sustainable tourism, and we thought rather than asking the Minister of Tourism, who was the first person on our list, we said, no, why don't we get a practitioner? This was a brilliant idea that came from Robert. So we asked Travis Graham, who is from GoldenEye Foundation, working in that location as a tourism destination with a product that spans more than just sand, sea, room, and sun. So let's have those 3 presentations, then we'll have some discussions. So, Anthony, you're up first. Is that mic on?
Thank you very much, Prof. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My brief discussion this morning will focus on the matter of the policy context for ocean management as it relates to the role of government, including my organization, the National Environment and Planning Agency. Just by way of just reflecting a moment, I remember when I was in the latter part of high school, 2 major things were in the news at the time. And we had only print media at the time, so it was before a lot of you guys weren't born yet. But Princess Diana and Prince Charles were getting married, and then the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, was to be signed in Montego Bay. That's 1982. And the government of Jamaica also agreed for the establishment of the International Seabed Authority in Kingston. So from then, back in the early 80s, Jamaica was very involved in the discussions relating to ocean management. And it was, of course, a seminal point in time. Now, could I have the opportunity of presenting 4 slides? So could I have the presentation on the screen, please? So that was a seminal point in time in terms of the discussions relating to ocean management, ocean preservation. As you know, those discussions still continue, and the government of Jamaica is active in the discussions at this point, given the need to come to some agreement about the question of deep sea mining. Now, back in the 1990s, another seminal point as well, just after the 1992 Sustainable Development Conference in Brazil and the publishing of the Agenda 21, the whole discussion about integrated coastal zone management came to the fore. The government of Jamaica established an integrated coastal zone management unit within its organization at the time, the Natural Resources Conservation Authority, and by a decision of cabinet, established the National Council on Ocean and Coastal Zone Management. Now, that council had the responsibilities for leading the discussions relating to the management of our ocean. So it was developed with the recognition that, and as the minister indicated earlier, that we had a large marine space to manage, which is, if we consider the EEZ, was up to 24 times the size of Jamaica. Now, that council was established within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At the time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had responsibilities for the EEZ Act that established the exclusive economic zone, and also the Maritimes Act that established Jamaica as an archipelagic state. Now, we heard earlier from the minister who spoke about the number of keys around the island. We're presently counting 66 keys and banks associated with the island. So we have these important resources that would need to be part of a policy discussion. Now, the council was important in directing and guiding a number of important key issues associated with our oceans. The council. Okay, so this is the presentation. Go back a little bit. So we spoke earlier about the question of the law of the sea. Jamaica was very instrumental in that. Now, in recent times, the government of Jamaica has demonstrated its commitment to the oceans. And on the screen, I have just highlighted 4 voluntary commitments that the government made in recent times. The High Ambition Coalition for Nature. This is a intergovernmental coalition of 177 nations committed to preserving 30% of our land and ocean space. The Global Ocean Alliance, being led by the UK, has 73 countries, Jamaica being a part of that. And then, of course, the Leaders Pledge for Nature that was adopted coming out of the 2020 Biodiversity Conference. And then, of course, Dr. Sanguguchi referred to the fact that Jamaica was a part of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. Jamaica, through our Prime Minister, at that policy level, gave the support and the commitment of the country to be part of this particular high-level panel, working towards the sustainability of our ocean space. One significant output of that so far, and as indicated by our minister a couple of minutes ago, was the declaration of the Pedro Keys, a section of the Pedro Bank, which we call the Pedro Keys and surrounding waters, as a protected area, in order to meet the commitment that we have given in terms of the 30% of marine space protected. We are still some ways off at around about 15% of that archipelagic baseline. All All right, I'll quickly go to the next slide. Right, so this was where I was at. The council, back in 1996, sought to be that body, as established by the cabinet, to guide policy as it relates to ocean. So we are distinguished members of academia also, and Professor Dale Weber was a major founder and inspirer for that council at the time. We had Professor Don Mills, who was chairman and who was also involved in the Seabed Authority, leading the discussions at this time. I remember also Rear Admiral Arthur Lewing from the JDF, who was also instrumental in those early days with respect to the council and the work relating to policy. Now, at that time, and I'm moving quickly, the policy, the ocean policy, national policy on ocean and coastal zone management, focused had 5 goals, but it was very focused on ocean conservation, ocean preservation. That was the key feature back then of the policy. And nothing is wrong with that, but that was the focus at the time. Now, associated with and I remember I'm just talking about the policy context. There are a number of related policies that the government at this point is pursuing. The climate change policy framework for Jamaica, and of course it recognizes the threats to our coastal and marine resources. Importantly, also there's a beach access and management policy, a critical policy that no doubt will help to address some of the beach access challenges that is in the public space now for discussion. But importantly, it speaks to strategies relating to building resilience related to the impacts of climate change. And of course, there's a climate change adaptation plan for the coastal sector that was developed recently with support from the University of the West Indies as well. So in that context, we, I think, from a policy, governmental policy, institutional point of view, we have been moving along the trajectory, ensuring that we have the policy framework to guide ocean and coastal zone management. Now, the discussions about the blue economy. We are, from the point of view of government, at I'll say a juncture. We have had this ocean policy for some time. Now it's being reviewed with the support of the Small Islands Unit of UNDESA. We have come up with a review in terms of how the policies should now be structured, the institutional arrangements relating to the policy. But importantly, in parallel, we have been engaged in the discussions about the blue economy. This has been led by the Planning Institute of Jamaica with support from ProBlue through the World Bank. And the discussions have led to how we should frame the policy structure relating to ocean management with a focus on the blue economy. And I'll just have this slide up here. The ocean policy and the council sits within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Right? It sat there because of the question of the Maritime Areas Act and the EEZ Act. Now, with the discussions relating to the blue economy, the proposal is that this should be driven through the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And of course, we can always have the discussion going forward, but this is a proposal right now, and the council would relate to that setup relating to the blue economy, and of course, importantly, the economic drivers that would be within the framework of the wider economic sectors would play a part of this in this policy context of the blue economy. Certainly, the discussions relating to the blue economy recognizes the important economic driving sectors, the minister referred to them, tourism, fisheries, but certainly other important economic drivers, the maritime trade, logistics, and even mining, as some persons refer to. But of course, the important need to protect the environment, especially in the context of climate change. So, in conclusion, we're at the point where institutionally there's a discussion in government to how we better frame ocean policy, ocean management in the context of the parameters relating to the blue economy and how that can drive economic growth, which is, of course, one of the bottom line features of government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Mackenzie. And I think we have a feel on the policy discussion. What I should have said, colleagues, there are some little notebooks that you would have received upon registration. They are your tokens, your keepsake. But they're also meant to be used today. So please, because we're doing it in little panels of 3, please jot down all your questions so that at the end of each panel we can have a little discussion. Remember we said we want to share information. I'm going to guarantee you some questions, because if you don't ask, I'm going to ask. So be sure you have some questions so that I don't have to ask. But we'll see where we'll go in terms of answers. So thank you very much. Just make some notes. And thank you very much, Sir Mackenzie, for that overview. You always learn, and I learned a lot of things from what you've just said. And I think we need to discuss how we reposition as we go forward. Thank you. Our next speaker is our co-host, in that the idea, when the concept first started, we had some ideas as to what we wanted to do. And Masanuri has been the constant voice. Wherever he was in the world, he would engage us in some phone calls, either late at night his side or late at night our side. But we would get a good feel as to why the sustainable blue economies was an important feature coming out of Japan and why we wanted to bring them together. So we're going to ask you to make your presentation now, Masanori-san, sustainable blue economies and the co-benefits that can be derived.
Thank you, Professor Dale, and very pleased to meet you all. I'm Masanori Kobayashi from Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasaka Peace Foundation. I'm very pleased to be here. I was here last December. Robert took me around and showed us some site in Jamaica. As Hide Sakaguchi, our institute president, stated that we have been conducting a series of ocean and sustainable blue economy related research and policy dialogues. We are in Panama last year. The UN Ocean Conference was held in Lisbon, Portugal last year. We've been also addressing this nexus and interface of climate change and ocean. Earlier this year, we are in Panama together with Robert for the 8th Ocean Conference that we really learned about the challenges faced by the Caribbean countries. We also work with closely the Japanese government. Japan holds this presidency of G7, and we had a ministerial meeting where the ocean was one of the key issues. As Hide Sakaguchi mentions, we are also a part of the member of the advisory network for the ocean panel. We are attending a meeting in New York early this week, and we have launched the policy recommendations. The basic concept is to how we can really promote this ocean conservation and the sustainable use of marine resources for the benefit of the local people and the people's livelihood. When you see, for instance, that the trend of the fisheries, China is the #1 fishing nation. Japan used to be a #1, but its fish catch has been declining over the past years and surpassed by Indonesia, India, and Vietnam, newly emerging economies. Many fish stocks, as you know, they are subject to these depletions and overfishings. This is a map of the Convention on Biological Diversity, showing biologically and ecologically significant sea areas. You see a number of areas marked, including the Caribbean, but only small proportion of this, we call it EBSA, is actually under the conservation measures. This is a map showing the marine protected areas. Japan, you see on this list, the marine protected areas, about 13.3%. The global target they agreed upon last December is 30%. How can we really increase this proportion of MPA from this level up to 30%? It's a global target, but of course individual countries strive to increase the proportion of MPA. As Hide Sakaguchi mentioned, this IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishings, is also the big challenge that billions of dollars were lost annually due to this IUU fishing. The legitimate fishermen who really engage in the sustainable fisheries actually loses the profit due to the oversurplus of the fish coming from IUU fishing as well. One of the institutional challenge is that this IUU fishing, there is an international agreement under the FAO, Port State Measures Agreement. But as you see, the countries marked in white are not a party to the Port State Measures Agreement, including the big leading fishing nations such as China and India. So this is one of the institutional flaws. Climate change, this seawater warming is another challenge, and as seawater warms up, the fish goes away from the warmed areas, and as you see in the red or orange colored marked areas, as seawater warms up, the fish goes away, and this is the area where the local fishermen loses the fish catch over the next 10, 20, 30 years. In case of Japan, we promote this co-benefit approach. We look at this synergies, how we can really optimize the trade-off. For instance, this mangrove conservation in Okinawa, they have adopted the local ocean policy action. And this local action plan actually enables the local stakeholders to look into these ocean conservations as a way for forging their local economies, protect the mangrove, and use it as a base for the ecotourism, such as sea kayaking. Tourism has increased for some years, but as there is a new airport opened up next to, in the island next to it, the tourists go there, but make a day trip, and then they come back. So that's why this hotel revenues haven't really increased in one of the islands. So we also have to take into account the related socio-economic aspect as well. This is a photograph of one of the coastal town devastated by the tsunami in 2011. What happened was that they lost lots of oyster farming gears. What they did was that they made an agreement not to restore the level of oyster capacity to the pre-disaster level, but to keep it one-third, only one-third of what they used to before the disaster. What happened was that it improved the nutrient circulations in the ocean, so they have actually increased the productions and economic returns, because it used to take 2 years for oysters to get matured. But after reducing this density of oyster farmings, the oysters can grow and get matured within 1 year. They got this wetland, the Ramsar Convention licensing, sustainable aquaculture certification, ASC, so they really met the global standard. So seagrass, my colleague Atsushi Watanabe will speak later, but this seagrass is also the important habitat for the fish. And what they do was that they try to restore the seagrass, and they saw the return of some of the fish living in that coastal areas. The local fishermen, they had to work with local school teachers and the students. And these school teachers and students, children, they get together with the fishermen to try to help the restoration of the seagrass. Another example is this OTEC, ocean energy, thermal energy conversion. They extract the warm surface seawater and apply it to evaporate this chlorophyll carbons or the ammoniums, in this case the carbon gas, and they turn the turbines and then generate renewable energy and apply deep seawater drawn from the 200-meter deep, and that is about 6-7 degrees. They put this evaporated carbon gas back into the liquid. So this is a simple cycle, but the interesting part is that they use this byproduct of deep sea water to support local aquaculture. This prawn farming is one example. They apply the, like a land surface to grow the vegetables. They also grow the sea grapes, use it as a terrace therapy or cosmetic productions. So the renewable energy experts had to work with aquaculture farmers or cosmetic producers. So this kind of cross-sectoral collaboration is another key features. These prawn productions, they did okay during the pandemic, although that is still subject to like a disease and the market conditions. So that's another thing. They have to be a bit vigilant. This is an example of this land-ocean nexus. Hokkaido, Erimo, they used to have a good kelp productions, but after this soil erosions and the sedimentation in the sea, they have lost these kelp productions. So what they did was the fishermen had to do a reforestation on the land to suppress these soil erosions. And while they are promoting this regeneration of the grass coverage and the tree coverage on the land, they could actually arrest the soil erosions, and they also saw the increase and the resurgence of the seafood production and kelp productions. One of the challenges now is that seawater warming. Seawater warms up. This is another challenge that they have been losing the kelp productions in these areas. Surface temperature, you see that the problem is not that it gets warm in the summer, but it doesn't get cool in the winter. So this is a problem that they have. We do study in Philippines for shrimp farmings, and one of the trade-offs we see is that as they try to boost the shrimp aquaculture, they have been seeing the reduction of mangrove. That is also important. The carbon sinks in the regions and also the habitat for the biodiversity. So this trade-off between shrimp productions and the mangrove conservations, we have to be vigilant. One of the interesting examples is Ecuador. Ecuador, they have made an agreement that the local farmer will no longer convert mangroves to create a new shrimp pond. And for doing this, they have made an agreement with the international environmental organizations, and the government has been giving a small allowance to the local villagers. It's kind of international ecosystem payment, ecosystem service payments. So that's interesting part that we have been witnessing. Lastly, this is my hometown, Hayama. Lots of people using this ocean areas for different purposes. Again, here the seawater is getting warmed up, and we've been seeing the disappearance of the seagrass. It is mainly because that there are some predator fish that used to die in the winter, but now survive over the winter, and they are ingesting the seagrass. So what they do is that they actually collect the sea urchins, that are also the predators for the seagrass, and then the inside is empty. But in order to fatten this sea urchin, they work now with agricultural farmers who used to discard the outer leaf of the cabbage and then use that outer leaf cabbage as a feed for the oysters, sea urchins, excuse me. And the sea urchin get fatted, and then of course, some say that it doesn't really have much flavor from the ocean, but some say it's more refreshing. And the local supermarket, who have never sold local sea urchins, started selling the local sea urchins. So this is a kind of new partnership that different enterprise and the businesses collaborate to support the ocean conservation and the sustainable use of marine resources. One more point is this swordfish fishing in the southern part of Okinawa, they have made agreement with airline company, and the airline companies agreed to reduce the number of the passenger seat. Of course, local tourism companies are not really happy about this, but then that allows regular services of the local airlines in case there are not many tourists. They can also use these airplanes to transport the swordfish to different parts of Japan. So this kind of arrangement is very useful. I have some more examples that I'd like to show, but I guess I went over the time. But this is a monkfish that I bought from the local fish market, and I sold a small piece of the discarded fishing net. So marine plastic is another challenge that we have been working on. We are also looking at this ISS discussion about deep sea mining. Pacific Island countries are working on it. The day before yesterday in New York, there was a signing ceremony for the international agreement on marine biodiversity in the areas beyond national jurisdictions. We call it the BBNJ. Unfortunately, Japan didn't sign it, but the USA signed it, Germany signed it, France signed it. So we also want to see how the countries in the region can work together to benefit from the newly agreed international agreements. So there are so many things we can work on, and I hope that we can share the knowledge and the support to increase the motivated, well-informed young people in particular to support ocean conservation and sustainable blue economies. Once again, I thank you for your kind attention, and I look forward to subsequent discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Masanori. You actually have 40 seconds left, you know. But thank you. I wondered how you're going to get through, but you clearly have mastered the art of sharing a lot of good information very quickly. I noted with interest the number of persons who, you know, when people are making notes and you say something and their heads flash up and they stay on the screen for the rest of the presentation, you clearly got some attention here and a lot of notes being made. We look forward to the questions that will come in the question and answer session. I would, however, move to the third of our presentations, which is on sustainable tourism. And as I said, we are taking rather than the policy side, we're taking the individuals, the organization. That was your time. The time in terms of the presentation from the organizations who are actually on the ground. Now, we had many organizations that we could work with, but I think the partnership that has been formed with New Leaf and the GoldenEye Foundation allowed us to open that door and to find a new partner, a new friend. So we welcome Mr. Travis Graham.
Hello, good morning. All right, so Travis Graham, GoldenEye Foundation, and also the Aracabessa Marine Trust. And we're located in the beautiful parish of St. Mary. So what you're seeing here on the screen, does this have a light? Okay, so this line represents the demarcation of our special conservation fisheries area, or our fish sanctuary. And this is the Aracabessa Bay Fish Sanctuary, and it's currently one of 18 fish sanctuaries across the island. It's a marine protected area. And even though I'm going to be speaking about fish sanctuaries within the context of sustainable tourism, so let me just give you a definition of sustainable tourism. It's the responsible development and management of tourism activities to ensure they have a positive impact on the environment, culture, and livelihoods of local communities, while also providing an enjoyable experience for tourists. Now, for us, this is very important because as a GoldenEye Foundation, we are the philanthropic arm of a resort. Right. Now, within our, what we classify as our sustainable environment and tourism model, we saw it important to utilize what we call a eco-based adaptation model, which is a partnership model with the local communities in how we manage our marine protected area. And we get direct support from the Fisheries Authority as well as NEPA, right? Two very, very critical agencies that we work with. And I will say, if we are going to take sustainable tourism and sustainable environment as a priority in our country. We have to ensure that agencies as critical as NFA and NEPA get that level of support from the government to do what they need to do, right? Because while we get that support, we often hear the cries, our budget cannot support it, right? And we know it's not a situation of priority, it's a situation of how the funding comes through, and it's based on how, as a nation, we look at what is important from what is not. So this is our space, and it's a co-management structure that we offer in Orca-Bessa. We partner with the local Fishers Association, in that of the Orca-Bessa Bay Fishers Association, to manage this space. And this is where Golden Eye is, which is what you call a luxury boutique resort. And it's very small, but very big nonetheless within the global landscape. And what they have been able to do is, through their connections and affiliation, help to mobilize resources to support the work that we're doing. Now, as a tourism entity, setting up an MPA was a no-brainer for them because, as you can see, they fall smack in the middle of the MPA. So what this shows is that entities and the private sector will support conservation and sustainable actions and options if there is a benefit. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I've heard that the best negotiation is one where all parties win. And I think if we approach development and sustainability within that framework, we can see a lot more MPAs being established in Jamaica and a lot more conservation initiatives that are supported and will get the buy-in from the community. All right? Let me move on. Okay, can you switch the screen? All right. All right, can you change the slide for me, please? All right, so, it's slide. Okay, so basically, through our restoration activities, this is our focus, to manage the marine protected area through our co-management structure through the Orca-Bessa Marine Trust. And we provide 21 hours patrolling of our fish sanctuary, and all of our employees and staff are local fishermen. And that's a very important component of sustainable tourism and sustainable livelihoods, to ensure that the community is a part of the decision-making process, but also they benefit. And all of our guys, this is Scotty here, he's a fisherman, and what we have come to realize is, you know, we have over 30,000 fishers. Dr. Bellamy can tell me if I'm wrong, all right? But that's a huge sector. And Jamaicans, we eat a lot of fish, right? We love seafood. So it is important that we, in all sectors, approach what we're doing in a very sustainable way, right? In terms of how we approach it and how we approach development, right? We also do restoration, coral reef restoration, and that is very important. And even though many fishers may see fish sanctuaries and marine protected areas as a mechanism to keep out fishers, for us it is a sustainable fisheries approach, right? We want to use this application to support the livelihood of our local fishers, and so we focus on the planting of branchy corals that enhance the mortality of juvenile fish, we know where they can hide in, and importantly now we have our livelihood component, which is our Orca-Bessa Bay dive shop. And through the dive shop, well, first of all, even before the dive shop, all our coral gardeners are also local fishermen who have been trained, and all of our dive shop employees are also local fishermen who have been trained, certified, or dive masters. And we see this model as a very great best practice and a successful best practice. Reason being, through the dive shop, it is what we call a sustainable financial mechanism. So it's a social enterprise, and we use the funds earned from the dive shop to support our conservation programs. And I think where we are going in terms of environmental sustainability and sustainable tourism, it is very important that we find an apex where there is mutual benefit for the community, opportunities for employment, and then there is a understanding amongst everyone that for us to ensure that we exploit these resources for the benefit of this generation and future generations, everyone benefits, right? So this is our conservation model, so to speak, and it has been working, and thanks to NEPA, who has been coming in and doing reef surveys. They used to do it annually, but as a resource issue, it is not annual, and it's not an issue with NEPA, but I have to use these platforms to say, if we are going to take environmental protection serious, we have to ensure that the agencies that are responsible for these mandates, they get the support from the government, right? And I think nationally, we have to ensure that as a nation, we support these push to ensure that entities get this type of support. Why is it important? It's very important because, you know, we have 40 million people in the Caribbean, 3 million people in Jamaica. We're a small island developing state. We're very vulnerable to national disasters, but also we are dependent on tourism, right? Critically, we have about 100,000 people directly working in tourism, about 400 people indirectly working in tourism. And when you look at the circular economy around tourism in terms of the other sectors that support tourism, it is one important that we act sustainable, we create other opportunities for economic development. So when there's a shock like the pandemic, then we are not totally devastated by the results of these things, right? So importantly, having the community be a part of these opportunities is critical. Currently, you can go to the other slide. Now, while our focus is on conservation, what we have realized in the work that we're doing, a very important aspect of conservation is community relationships. Now, what we have recognized is when we speak about environmental conservation, coastal management, communities are clueless, right? A lot of these conversations, agencies, entities, they have a very clear understanding. But if we want that to transition into the hands and feet on the ground playing their role, then it is important that, one, we develop a strong relationship with the community as entities. Now, we are working with 3 other communities outside of ours to establish marine protected areas, and we have to spend 1 year just developing that relationship with communities and tourism stakeholders, fisher folks and tourism stakeholders, because it has been a battle for many, many years. And for many of them, they don't see the importance of them playing a role in supporting diversity and sustainability. So what we have done at the foundation, and this is towards supporting sustainable tourism, we, through the data, realized 60% of our population is under 30 years old. The number one issue is unemployment and underemployment and unemployability. So just to allow us to bring that message of conservation closer to the people, we also have to engage in community-based initiatives. So we offer coding programs to the kids, and that helps us to establish a relationship with the youth cohort within the space. We have our BMX program with the kids, and we also offer grant facilities to all the schools within Aracabessa. What that does, it allows us to develop a relationship with the youth, it allows us to develop a relationship with the schools, and it allows us to get our message of conservation within these spaces because the relationship is there. Also, we have a skills training center that we manage to train persons in tiling, customer service, hospitality, general construction. We have an agriculture program, and this is a part of our livelihood initiative because we understand that unemployment is a big issue. Now, how does that translate into sustainable tourism and sustainable environment? One, persons who are part of our agriculture program, Goal and I now have started purchasing, they have now become vendors on the system and selling to Goal and I. And a critical aspect, you see that picture on the left, that's our CEO. Most persons will know Chris Blackwell, Marika Kessler. Now, a critical part of sustainable tourism is leadership, right? And we have to now create leaders that see the relevance of these sort of models and invest in them, right? Next slide. Now, some challenges that all of these pictures that you're seeing are Aracabessa, by the way. Now, in terms of challenges that we want to look at, I think we definitely have to diversify our tourism model. I think currently our tourism model will be somewhat of what I would consider a mass tourism model. It's really centered around what you call a global distribution system, which are these multinationals that really manage and facilitate tourism within the space. Now what we see is that 75% of the funds from tourism are not spent in Jamaica, and the trickle-down effect is very low. So I think creating a more diversified tourism model, it allows more heads on beds within non-traditional areas, because right now what we're seeing, 90% of our tourism traffic is centered around Ocho Rios, Mobe, and Negril. Now I think we definitely have to enhance that model to ensure that we are filtering guests from especially non-traditional regions into our other non-traditional tourism destinations in Jamaica. I think there also needs to be an increase in baseline studies on environmental issues that utilize effective community engagement strategies to transfer and localize knowledge and understanding. Now that's a mouthful, but what that means is that we have to ensure that we always collect data. We continuously collect data, and we don't just collect data and we publish them in these strategies, policies, action plans, but we find a way to get that information now and localize it by creating community action plans, by creating community development strategies, and put that within a sustainable tourism and sustainable community development context. Now, that is important because most of these action plan strategies, they're completed, but is there a buy-in from the community? And is there a way to localize it to say, how can we fit this action plan within our present community state? Now that is important. We have over 700 communities in Jamaica, and we have to allow the communities now to be a part of the planning mechanism to say, how is it that we are going to now, for example, the Sustainable Tourism Development Plan, how is it that we create a Arakabesa Sustainable Development Plan? How is it that we create a Ocho Rios Sustainable Development Plan? And we take into consideration our partners and stakeholders. The other thing is need for more integrated spatial plans that values resources, opportunity, cost of losing them through community-led management systems, and inform the budgets of MDAs, fisheries, NEPA, for example. Now this is very important. Now we'll have our coastal management plans, we have our community management plans, but what we need is to realize that now the coast and the land, the community is a part of one ecosystem, and I think we have to now create a way where we can facilitate these joint spatial plans to look at what is the role and structure that the communities will use and be a part of and benefit in establishing and implementing these spatial plans. So I think the spatial plans have to kind of bring together the community and the marine space. Next slide. Now, recommendations for future actions. Importantly, our sustainable or environmentally conscious approaches for community development where policy meets community, data-driven. And that is important because policy will be considered top-down, right? And where community action is considered, that's like bottom-up. I think we really have to find a way where they meet in the middle, where we communicate the language of these policies, these action plans to communities through our education system, so students, people can see what their role is and what contribution they're making to these challenges and be a part of the solution on a local level. And I think where that is concerned, we have to ensure that we get our local authorities, our parish council involved, and we rejuvenate what were called development orders back in the days of communities, how communities should be structured, what is the long-term plans. And I think many of these are resting in file 13, but we definitely have to find a way of localizing these management and development plans at a community level. Now here are some important strategies, action plans that I think we have to find a way to translate it to the average Jamaican. So you have the Sustainable Tourism Plan, which was done in 2004. It's very unfortunate that we don't have a present Sustainable Tourism Plan for Jamaica. It's a brilliant document. I use that as a major document for my research when I was doing my master's. There's the Jamaica National Policy for Environmental Management, the Jamaica National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, I'm wrapping up in a minute, Coastal Zone Management Policy and Action Plan, Fisheries Management and MPA policies. Now, all of these documents are very important and can provide a clear roadmap to where we should be. But the truth is, the average Jamaican really does not understand these documents. So for them, it is business as usual. Let me focus on my bread and butter, as opposed to how are the issues and the recommendations in these documents affecting my bread and butter. So I need to do this. Research. Two critical things has happened in the last 3 years. There has been a diadema die-out. I know they love it in Japan, but we have been experiencing that die-out in Jamaica. Close to 80% of our diadema sea urchins have died out. And we also are currently experiencing coral bleaching. Most Jamaicans does not know what this means for them. And I think now between government, private sector, we have to find a way to communicate these serious issues and show Jamaicans how they can be a part of the process. What we have done, we have established a land-based sea urchin lab to kind of study the growth and repopulation of sea urchins. And we, through NEPA, are working with the Strengthened Caribbean Biodiversity Corridor to study the coral bleaching episode that's taking place now. Community-based social enterprise. Now, knowledge, attitude, and practice is very important. I think if we can increase the knowledge to communities, then we can shape attitudes that can then determine actions or practices. So one of the things that we have been working with JSIF and the National Conservation Trust Fund to do is, that's developing knowledge products, to establish a marine sciences education tour where we can teach people more about our sanctuary, but also have them understand why their behavior and attitude towards it is so important. And setting up social enterprises, we're about to embark on a World Bank project to develop sea moss, Irish moss, through land-based systems, and also if fisheries approves in the sanctuary also, and then the Aracabessa dive shop. Now, critically, I think we have to work with communities to develop more knowledge products where they are a part of the development of these. And what you will find, there will be a greater understanding in how the tourism sector supports development and how development will support the tourism sector at a community-based level. And I think it's very important that we all approach development in this sustainable way for the benefit of communities and the private sector as well as our tourism product. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Travis. I knew you were going to bring a different perspective, but I didn't know that was going to be the perspective, and I didn't know that so much was happening. We're arranging a second mic to move around for questions and answers. Having had our 3 presentations, we are at the point where we are ready to take a few questions and hopefully a lot more answers from our 3 panelists. And I therefore will hand the mic to the first gentleman. Rules of the game. You have to identify who you are, which organization you're from, then you can ask the question.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Isaiah Thomas from the Sassacor Peace Foundation Human Resource Project. My question is actually to Sassacor Hayashi. Why is Japan hesitant to sign the BBNJ?
Okay, so that's a good question, and we really had intensive discussion in New York also. Signing doesn't necessarily require the parliament approval in advance. Nonetheless, I think Japanese government practice, they wanted to make sure that there will be a highly likelihood that the parliament will agree the ratifications of this agreement. And Japanese government officials, they say that they have a full support to the BBNJ, but they couldn't really complete this internal coordination procedures on time. And we had a cabinet reshuffling early this week also. So the new foreign minister, who was just appointed last week, came over to New York by replacing the former foreign minister. So that kind of reshuffling might have also affected this process. But again, the Japanese government official stance is that they support BBNJ. It's just a matter of internal administrative procedures that they could not complete on time. By the way, Canada and Italy couldn't sign either among the G7 countries.
Master, you say misery loves company. So a follow-up question to that. Anthony, has Jamaica signed?
Well, what I can say is that we've been a part of the negotiations, but I can't, the minister is there.
Maybe that's what he's done too.
Yes, so I'll probably tell you tomorrow.
Better than that, I'm going to ask the minister tonight. Okay, thank you very much for that question. Question over here.
Hi, JB Collier from the World Bank. I'm the program leader for the Caribbean, and I cover blue economy among many other things. Also work on the fisheries project, so I'm very happy to see that mentioned. I lived in Hayama from 1987, so I want to talk to you about that too. So a lot of very interesting things today. But for the Jamaican context, one of the things that I think we're seeing, and it was mentioned, is that there's major overfishing. There's a need for developing new livelihoods for people, so that for pelagic fishing and other things. But what kind of money do we have for enforcement? What kind of plans do we have for strengthening the enforcement mechanisms to allow these to happen? And of course, we did the Blue Economy report with PIOJ, so how can we help is the next question. And how do we work that into the really important work that foundations like this are doing to build livelihoods and identify areas? I'm very much afraid, based on the climate data, that the reefs are going to change and the reefs are going to bleach. So how do we do to preserve it? How do we work on seeding new things, learning new things, and how the ecology around this is going to evolve? Because the tourism and the ecotourism is the only way we're going to keep it going. And I'll ask more questions later, but that's enough for now.
I had an Anthony in the mic because I thought it was an Anthony question. It is an Anthony answer, but I think there are at least two other people in the room who can help to answer that. And post-lunch, well, post-coffee and then post-lunch, two presentations will address some of what you've just said. So, any comment on that? Any comment on the fisheries? Who are you?
I'm Gavin Bellamy. Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Good morning, all. To answer JB's question about the resources for enforcement, well, is Commander Lou in here? Okay, that's good. That means he's doing enforcement. So that is great. The National Fisheries Authority has been working to improve the enforcement of our fisheries waters. As it's been said, we have, some people say 24, some people say 26. So let's fall in the middle and say easy, that is 25 times greater than our landmass. The Coast Guard has limited resources, physical resources, but what we have found is that there was a lot being done for combating IUU and other fisheries crimes, but it was not coordinated. So every agency was doing something. The NFA has a multi-agency mechanism that it's working with, and that has basically concentrated the funds. So allow us to coordinate what we are doing through the multi-agency mechanism. This is a part of the Blue Justice Initiative. I noticed Port State Measures Agreement was mentioned. Jamaica has committed to accede to Port State Measures, but we have not done that as yet. But the Blue Justice Initiative is it's a UNDP project through the Norwegian government UNDP project that facilitates combating IUU and organized crime in the fisheries sector. So yes, JB, we need more resources. Yes, we need financial help because the sanctuaries, their wardens, everyone, we need to be able to keep them properly paid, properly servicing the vessels that go out, the fuel. Yes, we need additional resources, but we're working well with what we have. And more can be done.
Thank you very much, Gavin. In fact, the next session is about sustainable fisheries. This is why I say you're going to hear more from Gavin and from our Japanese partners about what's happening. But the fact that you are here and talking about more resources, you know you've just opened the door and we're coming to you. But we know it's a partnership, so we will work with you as we come to you. Any other comments, queries for any of our three panelists? Question over here. Oh, sorry. Camilo and then... Oh, sorry. I've told them who you are. Who are you?
Morning. Camilo Trench, Academic Coordinator of the UE Discovery Bay Marine Lab. So, I'm not so sure who the question is for.
I noticed you using your book. That's nice.
Thank you. I'm a pen too, like a good boy. I'm not so sure the question is for, and I actually scanned through the agenda to see if it's going to be addressed further down, but I didn't see a specific topic on it. So it could be for Mr. Mackenzie, Dr. Bellamy, who is here. Travis, it's about you, but not for you. My question is about I think, a lacking section in our blue economy, or recreational diving. I think we have been tiptoeing around it a lot, and I'm sure a couple of the US students are here and they've heard me say this, that some of the best reefs in Jamaica are making $0 per day. And I think it needs a lot more support. I know there have been a lot of iterations of diving subcommittees and regulations and rules. I want to know, where is it at? Has that been dropped completely? Do we still have an ambition to look at the diving regulations? Is it still unregulated? The last discussion I had was, I know the Hard Trust NTA had hosted a number of us to look into the diving industry and all of that. Where is it at? Is there a task force dealing with it, or have we dropped it completely? Because, to be honest, we may have agencies like Arakabesa doing scuba diving, Alligator Head, etc. Discovery Bay Marine Lab has deliberately left it alone because we want somebody else to do recreational diving, we do scientific diving. I know, like Aloha, they got a grant to do recreational diving, but it's not off the ground. So I think the sanctuaries and other stakeholders who can do diving and can make millions of dollars like Florida need a lot of support, and I think it needs some real serious work. So where is it at, and have we dropped it completely?
I know you say it wasn't for Travis, but you call him names, I have to invoke him. Any comments?
Well, I think we are missing out on a huge opportunity by not investing more in independent dive shops. Most of the dive shops are located within hotels, and it really serves the wider tourist population. One of the challenges with diving is that it's not cheap. All right, so to get certified with us, you're looking at $550 US. To go on an excursion, you're looking at $150. But within Jamaica, I heard that about 75% of Jamaicans cannot swim, which is unfortunate. So I think we have to know, we have to start it from that stage. You know, teaching more Jamaicans to swim, so more Jamaicans can appreciate the marine space, some more Jamaicans would want to see what's under the water, and then I think we can have more locals diving. Now, I'm not sure if your question is looking at, you know, our locals taking advantage of that, but I think that's a huge gap that we need to fill. And using us as an example, it creates an opportunity now where we can maximize on a local resource that we have. And as Trent says, there are many other reef spaces in Jamaica where that's a basket of goodies waiting to be opened. So I think the government really should invest in that space as a potential economic driver.
Well said, thank you. And who are you, Monique?
Good morning, everyone. Monique Curtis, manager of the Ecosystems Management Branch at NEPA. So I just wanted to chime in on the question by Dr. Trench. And it goes back to the whole matter of looking at the roadmap for the blue economy and integrating various sectors, right? We know that the Ministry of Tourism, they're working on a water sports policy. We also know that they're working on destination plans by location. So it's to look at how we can even, you know, examine how we go about integrating those considerations diversifying tourism and looking in that direction, and how we go about actioning some of those recommendations. So I think it's one of the considerations that should be coming out of the discussions today, the further engagement of other sectors, the Ministry of Tourism, and looking at, because they are actively developing these plans. So to ensure that this type of recommendation is coming out and being actualized in those plans.
Thank you very much, and I'm very glad that you will be a part of the final panel that wraps up, because at the end of the day, we want to leave here with a statement that says the group that met today has these thoughts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we can then move from there. Question? I think it's the final question before we go for coffee break.
Okay, morning everyone. My name is Tammy Palmo, Environmental Officer at Jamaica Social Investment Fund. With that being said, and I'm glad you mentioned that there are plans for all of that, because that helps us support when we want to initiate projects of this nature. But since Mr. Travis is here, I kind of want to get the perspective of a beneficiary or future beneficiary, because I'm glad you mentioned one of the projects, which was specifically equipping, even though there was a great gamut of different needs. So what I want to find out is, what do you think should be the focus to support tourism in terms of blue economy initiatives and private public sector partnerships and so on? Intangible, what do you think are the tangibles? And also as it relates to adaptation activities for climate change, addressing climate change issues that would affect blue economies and so forth. So I know you mentioned training, but what specific things you think should be focused on in terms of providing funding?
Oh, for providing funding? Well, I think, firstly, I would say I'm a firm believer in policy, and I think funding should be linked to policies, so to speak, but it should be bottom up in terms of what informs those policies. But importantly, I think we have to now ensure that the policies that we are creating, they have a shelf life and we update them. So I think most shelf lives are like 5 years. And we're seeing policies that have been created 10, 15 years ago, and they're not being updated to reflect relevant data and relevant situations and conditions. So that, I think, is a big gap, first of all, right? We need to update these very important policies. And I made mention of the sustainable tourism policies and some others, but that is critical. There's also a community tourism department in TPDCO. No offense, I think that department is sleeping. Reason being, if we are to encourage sustainable tourism development, we have to now look at, can the community tourism sector or potentials operate at the same level and carry the same capacity as these, I would say, the mass tourism models. Now, I think that has to be very clear even within a unit such as the community tourism unit. And we're looking at issues such as insurance. Our dive shop, we pay $5,000 per insurance per year. Now, that is a big thing, Trench. How can a community tourism entity that's going in there now pay for that? And all of those insurance, we have to go overseas to get those. Right? Paddy, which was the cheapest insurance entity, they stopped providing insurance to local entities. Here, yeah, they told us that last year, and we don't know why. So I think we have to now take a deep dive into, for example, the community tourism unit at TPDCO and say, how is it that we are going to create an environment to support tourism development at the local level? Another thing which I'd mentioned, I think we have to now come to the community level and develop these community development plans. We have a lot of macro, broad, national action plans, but we now have to get into the communities so they can now be central in creating these plans. Why is that important? Because you have to look at local realities, you have to look at local partners, you have to look at local conditions, and you have to look at the culture within those spaces and look at how can we best manifest resources to benefit the community and community members. So I would just leave it at those three things. Update the policies, update the documents, ensure that the community tourism unit in the TPDCO provides tangible action plans and deliverables to how we're going to translate into that space, and also develop these plans at the local levels to speak to how communities are going to approach, be a part of, and benefit from those solutions being put on the table.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You have a comment?
Good morning, Robert Wright with New Leaf Power. I have a question, not sure who can answer this, but one of the projects we worked on in the past was at the Petrobanks, and we noticed that, clearly there's a lot of need for resources there, and as our colleagues spoke about funding, looking for funding, one of the things we were wondering is that in some countries, they have various zones where if, say, you have a kelp farm, you have to pay the government or the local authority for use of that area. And I was just wondering, is there any mechanism that can allow for that where you can generate revenues by creating these designated areas for offshore fish farms or kelp farms, and provide a revenue source for the development, the sustainable development of areas like the Petrobanks?
Gavin?
It is something that can be done under our act, the Fisheries Act. So it can be done, and it's something that we're looking at, but we'll have to work with NEPA. It would be joint, but it's something that can be done, and persons are interested in activating that as we speak.
Yeah. And just to say that at the All Ocean Conference in Panama that we were at with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, they had just launched a very large offshore fish farm, which they had to pay the government of Panama for the privilege to use.
Sounds like another revenue stream we should be tapping. Okay, colleagues, I know you want us to thank Anthony, Masanori, and Travis for this section, this panel. We did get interesting questions and we did get interesting answers, and we're starting to collate what our one-page recommendations will be going forward after today's exercise. Let's break now for our coffee break. We have 15 minutes for a coffee break. We then resume and we go into a sustainable fisheries section with 3 or 4 presentations on fisheries. Thank you. And full session. I would therefore invite Gavin and Devon to the head table, and we are taking one presentation online. Yes, you're up next. So I would invite you to sit right at the end there so you can see your presentation on screen. Devon, this is probably the best place for you. This is probably the best place for you so you can see as you present. Yeah, Mona, come in. So as we settle, I want you to resettle your thoughts. In this session, we are going into an area that was highlighted at the end of the last session. A lot of questions and answers about fisheries, but we also add in aquaculture and coastal and marine conservation. So we're going to do a bit of it before lunch and then a bit after lunch based on the presentation. So we're going at sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. And our first presenter is going to be Dr. Gavin Bellamy, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Fisheries Authority. We will then move to a presentation from Mr. Mitsuro Ishida, Sustainable Fisheries and Aquaculture and Community Empowerment. He's a senior expert at the Japan International Cooperation Agency. And our third presentation will be from Dr. Devon Dublin, Specially Appointed Research Fellow in SPF, and he's going to speak on sustainable aquaculture and challenges in the Caribbean region. So we start off with Dr. Bellamy, and I think he is on screen.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. I will read because if I start to speak, I'll be here until tomorrow. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This event is a testament of our shared commitment to harnessing the potential of our ocean and marine resources for a sustainable and prosperous future. According to the FAO's Trade and Environmental Review 2023 report, the sustainable ocean economy, or the blue economy, is made up of economic sectors that sustainably utilize and contribute to the conservation of the ocean, seas, and coastal resources for the benefit of humanity. The export value of the ocean economy was US 1.3 trillion in 2020, with exports of the ocean-based goods estimated to be 681 billion, and ocean-based services to be 628 billion. The oil was not included in this. The ocean-based goods export grew by 18% in 2021 to 801 billion. Okay, thanks. Within the ocean economy, capture fisheries and aquaculture make up a significant contribution to food security and nutrition, employment, trade, and economic development. Of the 240 million tons of aquatic production in 2020, 70%, 141 billion, was from captured fisheries, and 30%, 265 billion, from aquaculture. By 2030, aquatic production is projected to increase by 15%, and this will mainly be through aquaculture. Aquaculture as an alternative is critical because capture fishery subsector continues to be threatened by overfishing, illegal, unreported, unregulated IUU fishing, and climate change impacts, which result in the decline of fish stocks, and these were mentioned earlier. It is globally acknowledged that our food systems, land-based, are fragile, fail to deliver healthy, sustainable, and equitable diets for all, and are responsible for a third of the greenhouse gases emission and uses up to 70% of the planet's fresh water and responsible for significant biodiversity loss. With aquatic food having the potential to improve nutrition and address food security challenges with a lower environmental cost, the transformation of the aquatic food production sector is essential. This transformation, or blue transformation, outlines a vision to expand aquatic food systems and increase their contribution to nutritious and affordable healthy diets, ensuring environmental stewardship and inclusive growth so no one is left behind. This is achievable through appropriate technical solutions, adequate policies, and innovative partnerships. Blue transformation has the potential to increase the per capita consumption of sustainable aquatic food by 25% by 2050 and reduce the pressure on land-based food production systems. This can only be achieved through sustainable aquaculture intensification, effective management of capture fisheries, and improving the value chain to ensure social, economic, and environmental viability of aquatic food systems. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, through the National Fisheries Authority, is fully committed to the principles of sustainability, responsible resource management, and economic prosperity. Our strategies, priorities, and objectives are deeply intertwined with the broader vision of a sustainable blue economy in Jamaica and the Caribbean region. With these targets in mind, the authority aims to enhance the protection of our coastal fisheries waters, securing long-term health of our marine ecosystem by increasing sanctuary cover to 20,000 hectares by 2026, I think. Food security is also a fundamental human right. As such, we aim to contribute significantly to food and nutritional security by responsibly managing our fisheries resources and promoting sustainable aquaculture practices by having management plans for 10 fisheries by 2027. This begins with empowering our fishers with knowledge and skills that form the essential foundation of sustainability practices. With this starting point, the authority will be offering training and certification to fishers in the use of fish aggregating devices, FADs, and long-line fishing technologies for offshore pelagics to remove the pressure on the reefs, as was mentioned, and thanks to JB and the World Bank project. Climate change poses unprecedented challenges to our oceans. To address this, we are actively working to implement climate-smart and resilient fishery practices. Adapting to a changing climate is not only a necessity, but is also an opportunity for growth. Through the World Bank project, again, the authority has invested in a recirculating aquaculture system, RAS hatchery, with an aim to produce in excess of 5 million fry annually, and this will significantly affect us meeting the demand of our fish farming community, creating an enabling environment to foster economic growth. Our foremost strategic priority is to ensure the sustainable management and development of our fisheries and aquaculture sectors, and so we are unwavering in our commitment to meet local and international obligations. and to adhere to best practices. Unlocking the potential of underutilized fisheries and diversification of our aquaculture practices are also vital components of this strategy. As such, we anticipate aquaculture production to exceed 3,400 metric tons, driven by our climate smart and climate resilient practices. That would be approximately a 300% growth in the industry. As we gather here today, let us remember that the future of our oceans and the well-being of our communities depend on our choices we make today, as Travis was saying. The National Fisheries Authority is resolute in its commitment to sustainable practices, responsible resource management, and the well-being of our communities. We stand ready to collaborate with our international partners, local stakeholders, and all of you to shape a brighter, more sustainable future for Jamaica and the Caribbean. Tomorrow, together we can achieve a sustainable blue economy that benefits us all. And I will add my one of the script statement. It's nice to see that there's a blue economy conversation that includes fisheries, because the majority of blue economy conversations don't include fisheries. And no, sorry, Prof. And the majority of our population lives within 5 kilometers of a coast, the coast, 70% of us. And fishery, directly and indirectly, has about 250,000 persons involved. So how can we have this conversation without considering fisheries? So thank you for having us at the table.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bellamy. And you had me in stitches a few moments ago because you must have been in the planning room when we started this discussion. Because you said blue economy, and everybody knows what blue economy is, and we all have these visions, and we started reaching out there with transshipment, and we're going to have, and every time the discussion started, fisheries was not there. So I'm saying this is interesting. And then it was Robert who said, well, why don't we put it at the end and make it a statement? So this is blue economy and fisheries, which is why we put it that way. Now we're worried because it made it look like fisheries was part of blue economy. But we wanted to be sure that we would get your attention and the attention of many. So I think we're making the right statement. So thank you very much for that presentation. It gives us an overview. And I will say, with the Fisheries Act, which was long in coming, but also has a long arm, now allows us to do some of the things that we've always wanted. So please jot down your questions. I know you have questions about the long line fishing and the various things that will take us beyond some of our traditional fishing areas, but still within our EEZ. Our next presentation is going to be on blue economies and the sustainable fisheries and aquaculture and community empowerment. And this is lined up as a presentation from Mr. Mitsuru Ishida, Senior Expert, Japan International Cooperative Agency. Ishmael, you are online.
Let's start the presentation. This is Ishida. I'm JAC expert working for the Ministry of Fisheries and Maritime Economy in the Republic of Senegal since 2022. Today's topics are 4 points. Our basic approach toward blue economy development in Senegal fisheries sector, its achievement, current initiatives, and important points when you consider overseas implementations. Before that, let me briefly state the facts of the Senegal fisheries. 70% of the protein in Senegal come from the fish, and 20% of the population engaged in the fisheries sector. 400,000 tons per year they catch. And it's very important, 90% of catch from artisanal fisheries. GDP share is 3.6%. The basic approach is written in the National Fisheries Strategy. One, sustainable use of resource and its management. Second, development of aquaculture. Third, improvement of the value chain. We target this number 1 and 3. Achievements of the JICA cooperation in fisheries. There are the value chain areas such as capture, landing site, distribution, transportation, and sales improvement. And also we work for the resource management. In 1970s, we teach how to catch the fish, and continuously in 1980s, we developed the Fisheries Training Center. However, after that, we more tend to the resource management, donated the research vessels, and did the SAM project. There are some hardware improvement, such as donation of the fish market or fisheries center or fisheries development studies accordingly, including the women's and young people's labor situation improvement. This is a history that you can refer later, all our activities done in this time. Current JICA initiative is written in the right side. Until now, resource management and fisheries management are more important issues. Now, as a blue economy, we are targeting the economical benefit, and we have planned to build the national laboratory for fish quality assurance. We are planning the blue economy project for 5 years, and the Jewel Center, the renewal of the landing site for the highly valued added project. This is my current activities. Regional Technical Cooperation Project, regional activities, and Senegal specified activities. For example, the Copper Project, capacity building for fisheries co-management in Western African countries. It will be end February 2024. And developing the new project for 5 years, fisheries value chain project. It's called Blue Value. It will start 2024. Regional activities, for example, exchange of the Gambia and the Senegal oyster fisher women. There are 3 main activities for them. Or also activities Senegal, better use of the artificial reefs, the tourism, and also managing of the zoning. There are important points. Respect the sector development strategy and identify what is feasible to implement blue economy approach, especially human-oriented. And respect the fishers. They know the problem and solutions. We learn from them. And we work with the fisheries officers and the fisher folk together. So collaboration is really the key. These 4 points are my today's presentation. And if you have any questions, please feel free to send me to the email. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Arigato.
Have provided information which I think will raise a lot of questions and draw comparisons between Senegal and Jamaica and other jurisdictions, which we're going to hear about shortly, because I know Devon has a wider Caribbean reach, which he's going to speak to. So I now move to sustainable aquaculture and challenges in the Caribbean region by Dr. Devon Dublin.
Thank you so much, Prof. Am I using this one? Okay, perfect. All right, so I think it's pretty good that I'm coming after the first two speakers. We had a perspective of Jamaica, we have a perspective of Senegal, and now I'd like to just talk a bit more broadly from the Caribbean perspective. Sorry for backing you guys. Yeah. So in general, generally when we speak of challenges within the Caribbean, these are what comes to mind. We live in a region where there is a relative high level of poverty and social inequality. We're exposed to many natural disasters. And also, there's a high level of public indebtedness. And you can see there from the graphs that I showed as well that this is so. These issues are then exacerbated by political disincentives. And this goes both ways. Sometimes there's lack of political will, and also the local people oftentimes say it doesn't really matter who's in government, the same thing is going to happen. We also have an issue of declining human resource, partly due to migration out of the region. And quite recently, in the context of Guyana, we have an issue where our human resources going towards the oil and gas sector, and so other sectors such as the fishery sector is being affected. In general though, what is the driving force is governance. And this could be from the level of the legal perspective, local government, and even at the community level. Now, looking at aquaculture specifically, when you talk to anyone and ask them, well, what are the main challenges? The first thing that comes to mind is money, having access to the technology, and do we have the land to do this? I do agree that these are major challenges, but I want us to think about covering these three, because we can access capital. There's a possibility of doing that. We might not get all the money that we want, but there's a possibility that we can have access to some degree of capital. The technology already exists. Sometimes it's just an issue of technology transfer from other countries, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So let's assume that we can put our hands on the technology. And land, well, let's assume that the government makes available land, adequate land, or suitable land for agriculture. If we meet those three, there are other challenges that I think that are even more important. Because if you have those three and you're missing these other challenges, we're going to create more problems than the ones we're trying to resolve. And I start off with the genetic and biodiversity aspect. Here, there is a possibility of invasive species or exotic species being introduced if we don't do things right. So we need to consider this. Also, there's a possibility of inbreeding and unintentional hybridization if the way in which we manage the parent stock is done inadequately. Also, resource use. In this case, the main resource would be water. And managing that water, both the water that comes into the farms and those that leave, is also very important. And one of the largest, maybe not one of, the largest investment is feed, as Doc would know. And many times fish meal gets used quite a lot. So we also have to look at the resources from where we're getting the products to make the fish meal as well. And so resource use would be a very important aspect. Social welfare and ethics. Yes, persons who are going to work on the farms, we want to ensure that they have safe working environments. We want to ensure that we're paying them well, a decent wage. And here I'm bringing in also our SDGs as well. There's also water quality management, and this cannot be overemphasized. You make one mistake with your water quality, and millions can go down the drain. So this is a challenge that we have to ensure that we take full control of. In terms of social acceptance, I think in the Caribbean, we're not as at the point where the Germans are at, and to some extent the Japanese. But there is a culture of the consumers holding the producers accountable. So people are asking questions. People want to know whether these things are sustainable, whether they're being grown sustainably. People are asking whether there's any issue of GMOs and that kind of stuff. So the social acceptance is something that we have to manage. While I say that from a negative perspective, we also have to look at it from a positive perspective as well. How do we get people to consume goods that are produced through aquaculture? Dr. Bellamy spoke about, and even the minister alluded to it as well, quite honestly, that the fisheries resources are being depleted. But if we can speak to the public and let them know that by supporting aquaculture products, we are also supporting the reduction or the reduced effects on the fishing pressure, then people may be more willing to consume the product. So we also have to do some education in that regard. Also, promoting agriculture products as sustainable protein is also important. And another aspect that I think, I believe that there is quite a lot of traction here in Jamaica is supporting local communities. So I do not envision that countries in the Caribbean would go into aquaculture as these large-scale stuff that's being done in China. It's going to be small scales in little communities, and so promoting it that way as a product that supports a community and its sustainability would also be important. In terms of the regulatory framework, we do have laws, we do have fisheries acts and so on in different countries. But I think what is important is ensuring that these are transparent. That tends to be the issue, that sometimes things are written and they're written very vaguely, and it allows for people to work around it, it allows for loopholes and so on. So it's important that our regulatory framework is transparent, and importantly that it's science-based. We do have a gap for research, but that might be good for people who are doing their PhD because you have a whole lot of stuff to choose from to study. But nevertheless, there is enough data within our region that can feed in to the type of regulations that we put in place. Food production. I think when we look at aquaculture, we have to look at aquaculture within the broader context of feeding the 9.7 billion people that we have on the planet. We cannot just look at aquaculture outside of that context. And so we have to consider it as an important source of food that helps us to feed the planet. And that means the food has got to be also nutritious and affordable. So we need to promote aquaculture from that perspective, that it contributes to some extent to our food security on the planet by providing a nutritious source of protein as well as at an affordable price. Disease management, this is my pet peeve because I'm a veterinarian actually. One of the biggest problems that we have is antimicrobial resistance. And it's been a problem even with humans. You got a headache and people are drinking antibiotics. So the use of it in the farms has got to be done whenever it is absolutely needed. And also, we do have many natural resources here, many medicinal plants, etc., that can actually be used even in aquaculture. And so these are things that we should explore, because ultimately bioaccumulation would occur in our bodies when we consume these products. So we really need to consider this. Also, another aspect that's important on the disease would be HACCP that many of you are familiar with in public health. In terms of environmental impact, we did allude to this earlier in terms of the water that comes out of the farms. Many times eutrophication or algae bloom, etc., occurs because the effluent that's coming from the farms, which are very rich in minerals and nutrients, get into the waterways and then create havoc in these ecosystems. So definitely the environmental aspect is very important because we do not want aquaculture to be a source of pollution. So I put this slide here because I want us to think about how do we know that we have arrived, and I'm advocating that as long as we can see evidence of these within the context of aquaculture and our economy, we can say that yes, we're doing the right thing. If we see that the wealth that is generated from aquaculture is somewhat evenly distributed, especially among local peoples, and if we see that there is effective management of the ecological resources, this would be a very important thing. And since I'm in Jamaica, I could also talk about marijuana. Many of the countries that have legalized it, what they have found is that there are monopolies being created. So the local people many times are not getting the benefits of it. And so we need to ensure that we don't make the same mistake when it comes to aquaculture. We also want to make sure that the industry can withstand shocks, whether it's internal or external, and that somehow it can be self-reliant, meaning that we should be able to have some type of cyclical economy around aquaculture. And of course, that the local people benefit and that we help to lift people out of poverty. Now, how do we overcome these challenges? I'm advocating that we need to build on national and regional strategies and initiatives that already exist. I have the CARICOM 25 by 25 initiative there, although fish was not mentioned as one of the products that they're targeting. They're targeting meat and poultry and stuff like that. I do believe that the successes from the initial implementation of this initiative can actually help us in aquaculture. So as long as they see success in the products that they're focused on right now, we could make the pitch for the next, maybe, I don't know if it's going to be 30 by 30 or whatever, that we can say, hey, why don't you fit in aquaculture there? So we do have the possibility of doing that. And so I would say that even though we are in the marine and fisheries environment, let's analyze what's happening with this initiative. Let's see how much is being achieved. And another thing that we need to remember is that many of the products that are captured on the 25 by 25, many of them enter either directly or by products enter into the feed that is used in aquaculture. So the success of many of the products that are captured on this initiative still have a bearing on aquaculture through the feed. The others that I mentioned there are just examples from different countries, but one of the things that you're going to notice when you go through them is that either they make a fleeting mention or sometimes a more, sometimes a bit more substantive mention of aquaculture, but nevertheless, in almost all of the strategies that countries within the region have, they do identify aquaculture as a possible component. And so we can build on that as we go forward. As we go forward as well, we need to make sure that our traditional knowledge, our culture, and the peculiarities of the region that we're dealing with is considered. And this is a very big mistake. I can give an example in Guyana where aquaculture was being promoted in the indigenous communities in the Amazon, and they were promoting tilapia. And now the indigenous people don't eat tilapia, and they have a border, a very long border with Brazil. And the Brazilians, one of the things that's important for Brazil is the tambaqui. So it would have made sense to say, okay, if we're going to do aquaculture in this area, let's do tambaqui so they can sell to Brazil, or let's target another species that perhaps is in some type of danger of extinction, etc., and let's do it in aquaculture. Rather, they push tilapia. And of course, I don't need to tell you it failed. So you need to analyze the area and ensure that any aquaculture initiatives that are done are socially sound and ties in with the realities there. To wrap things up, these are my final considerations. We need to scale up aquaculture and mariculture as a part of the wider blue economy. Dr. Bellamy talked about fisheries being not being considered, so imagine aquaculture. So I would say let's scale it up and let's try to do it along with fisheries rather than doing it in isolation, because I do believe that there are enough nexuses between the two. Let's also use the CARICOM structure, perhaps CRFM as well, to enable some type of program where we can transfer best practices and really good lessons that are learned in different places, because that is the problem, one of the problems within the region. We are a CARICOM region, yes, we call ourselves brothers and sisters and stuff. We do successfully in cricket to some extent, or we're losing now. And we do well in culture, but there are very great things happening from the scientific field in aquaculture, in agriculture, etc. But we don't hear about it. We don't know what's happening in other countries. So let's have these type of exchanges in the region. And also, let's invest in avenues that exist, that enhance the relationships that exist among sectors. And I want to give an example of Brazil, where tilapia is reared in aquaculture. The skin of the tilapia is a byproduct that's not used, and that is being used, interestingly, to treat burn patients, and you're in the medical faculty as well. So let's think, how can we really connect with other sectors that we might think have almost no relationship with aquaculture? And since we're in the university, let me end by saying that education is very important, and we need to tap into the youth. If you look at what was published here by ECLAC, you'll see that the Caribbean is a very young region. So we can't be talking business about anything if we don't focus on the young people. I'll end there and then come back later with the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dublin. Again, food for thought, and I know you are making notes so that we can have that meaningful discussion. We want to transition to the second part of sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, coastal and marine ecosystem. So I'm going to ask Dr. Dublin and Dr. Bellamy to take those two seats right there and invite Monique Curtis and Michael McCarthy to come and take the two positions to present on their two areas, and then we will be able to take a full discussion thereafter. I do believe Mitz has loaded up both of those presentations, so come on, right at the end there. So with that swift, smooth transition, we will put up marine and coastal ecosystem conservation, marine protected area management, because that's part of the consideration about sustainable fisheries and our coastal and marine systems and how we conserve. And Ms. Monique Curtis is the manager, Ecosystems Management, National Environment and Planning Agency. Monique?
Thank you, Professor Weber. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the risk when you follow your director and your minister to do a presentation. But let's see how we can. I mean, the discussions that's been had before. The presentation, if it could be brought up. Perfect. All right, so just giving an overview of some of the marine and coastal programs that we do have in Jamaica that will likely close or seek to close some of the data gaps that we might have in exploring or looking at developing our blue economy, as well as giving some further information on where we are in meeting some of the commitments that we have made globally in terms of our marine protected areas. So this is just giving a representation of the areas that was mentioned before by Minister Samuda and Director Mackenzie, where they indicated that in terms of our marine goals for protected areas, we are at 15% or approximately 15% of our archipelagic area. And I'll just quickly mention in terms of terrestrial, we are at 25%. And it is in keeping with the various commitments that were listed in the presentation by Mr. Mackenzie. But I also like to point out that Jamaica, as a member of the Convention on Biological Diversity, would have participated in the negotiations relating to the Global Biodiversity Framework. And that framework, in essence, literally adopted the commitments that were made by the various leaders. So as a part of our national strategy for biodiversity, we will now have to look at the local framework in which we will be actively progressing towards that 30% by 2030. And if you've heard the statements by the minister, Jamaica is seeking to move more aggressively with being at 25% by 2025. So the areas in terms of our marine spaces, in terms of legislation, would be covered under the Natural Resources Conservation Authority Act, which is administered by the National Environment and Planning Agency. And even though we have 12 protected areas designated or declared, 8 of those areas would either be a full marine protected space or a terrestrial combined with a marine protected space. We also have marine protected spaces under the Fisheries Act, administered by the National Fisheries Authority, and we've heard the discussions about the existing network of special fisheries conservation areas in Jamaica and the work that's being done with local stakeholders to have that area expanded. And I'll just leave Dr. Bellamy to tell us the size that they're aiming for over the next few years. So as mentioned, our protected areas system, there are the various legislation administered by the various ministries, departments, and agencies of government. But what I'd like to point out and focus on is the various partnerships that these agencies have in terms of the management and the operational activities that takes place within these protected areas. So in terms of NEPA and the Natural Resources Conservation Authority, in most instances, in terms of the operational activities, the enforcement, monitoring, and daily underground activities that happen within these protected spaces are actually administered in co-management agreements with NGOs, right? We also have localities where we have projects and programs funded by international donors and implemented, of course, by partners such as persons within academia and civil society. So while we understand that the areas are the primary responsibility of government, the work that's being done to manage these spaces could not be progressing without the various agreements that we have with the local communities. And I must emphasize that even though we are talking about getting to a 30% target by 2030, there is another target that speaks to sustainably managing and sustainably using the resource. So separate and apart from looking at areas that are for strict conservation, looking at the activities by the local communities and planning your management activities, incorporating the local communities, incorporating the local players will definitely have to be part of the consideration in developing your management strategies and your management plans for these protected areas. So in terms of separate and apart from the management entities and the various stakeholders, what we primarily, the tool that we use are management plans and zoning plans, when we have these protected areas. So these will outline the strategies that will be implemented for a 5 to 10 year period in terms of scientific research, sustainable uses that will be considered, as well as the zoning plan will go further deeper into specific activities that can happen in specific areas. So this, you can see, will be one of the fundamental tools when you're looking at your blue economy, looking at the spaces that you need to continue to protect. And even though you're looking to conserve the resources, what will be the carrying capacity, or what will be the allowable uses once it is that you're able to determine your biodiversity goals for that area, and what measures will you put in place to allow for sustainable use. Now, in terms of some of the programs that we have been implemented within our coastal space, in terms of coral reef health, I think this is one of the things that we're most familiar with in terms of the work of NEPA working with local entities, especially the managers of our fish sanctuary, is the tracking of our coral reef health using the indices. We have 27 long-term monitoring sites, and you would have heard Travis mention that we do work with the Aracabessa team, as well as the Boscobel team within St. Mary for the long-term monitoring that we have established at that location, scaling up the information to give us some idea of the national data set that we have in terms of the status of our reef. The information that we do collect also contributes to the development of the international or the global report on coral reef. So you will see data from Jamaica being represented in that documentation. One of the things that has definitely worked for us in the last 5 years, I would say, given our constraints with capacity, human capacity, is that working with the sanctuaries, we have been aggressively certifying persons that are employed as wardens in these sanctuaries to be able to collect reef check or agro information. So not having the need for NEPA staff necessarily to be at these reef monitoring sites, we have gone about building the capacity, having training activities at the Discovery Bay Marine Lab, with the assistance of the lab, of course, in getting persons actually certified, because you do need to be certified to be collecting data and sending that data to the international global data set. So that's one of the things that we have been doing in terms of building capacity for long-term monitoring of our coral reefs. I'd also like to touch on some of the things that we've been doing on the long-term basis as well in terms of sea surface temperature monitoring. This started as far back as 2011. We have again 27 monitoring sites within our protected areas network. Again, working with the local managers of those locations to help us to retrieve data in terms of sea surface temperature. And this is especially important in the context of all the changes that we're seeing that's impacting on our coral reef systems associated with climate change. So earlier, the minister would have mentioned that we have been documented not only in Jamaica but across the region, the whole matter of coral bleaching. So we have had long-term data sets as it relates to what temperatures do we usually see in Jamaica that is linked to the progression of coral bleaching in some areas. And what it also tells us is the areas that we need to go back into to look at whether or not the corals in those areas were able to recover from the incidence of coral bleaching. Another important part of our framework for monitoring coastal systems is looking at long-term data associated with beach change. We have over 47 sites that officers going across 9 locations island-wide. But in looking at how we can further develop that program, we have, through the Association of Caribbean States, as well as our partners in South Korea, erected or established a video monitoring system along Hellshore, and we're hoping to use this as a prototype again to see how best we can deploy in response to the whole matter of beach erosion, various video monitoring systems that will allow for more details or more detailed information to be collected as it relates to coastal beach changes. I must flag here the whole matter of the sargassum and the sargassum impact. It's one of those things that we have been working with partners. I think early in the emergence of this issue in Jamaica, we had established an agreement with the University of the West Indies, the Department of Life Sciences and the Center of Marine Sciences to look at various solutions that we could implement locally in response to the issue of sargassum, because we know that this has had, and we continue to track the fact that this phenomenon does have, it does negatively impact certain beach areas, and where there is the opportunity to do the engagement and the sensitization with beach areas that are butting hoteliers, where they're able to do active cleaning under the guidelines that we would issue, the whole matter of publicly accessed beaches and the capacity to respond accordingly so the public is not displaced when it is that they're using these spaces recreationally has been a challenge due to, of course, the financial capacity to clean these areas. Another thing that is in keeping with the various commitments that Jamaica has signed on to is looking at how we can accelerate the whole matter of identifying areas that are suitable for recovery in terms of your coral and other coastal ecosystems. In that regard, we are actively now having engaged a consultant to work with local stakeholders to identify projects that will see about ecosystem restoration in Jamaica. And this is in line with the decade that we're now in, which the UN has declared as the decade on ecosystems restoration. So this is an international campaign, and of course Jamaica is actively pursuing this by implementing national targets in our MBSAP, as well as coming up with an ecosystem restoration plan that will identify projects that persons can undertake, come up with a goal for us to meet using funding from private entities to get us to a certain percentage of area recovered in our marine and coastal spaces. So it will look at lessons learned from existing projects that have been implemented before, and essentially develop a roadmap as to where we want to be come 2030. And what we found now is that with increased awareness on environmental matters, especially from private entities, as well as that increased thrust for corporate responsibility, we have more private entities, including hoteliers, JPS, other entities, actively reaching out to the National Environment and Planning Agency, seeking activities that they can fund and be a part of as in their campaign to be more environmentally responsible. So once we have something pre-packaged, it will then become easier for us to engage and come up with the necessary agreements for implementation of these various programs. And I'll stop there and come back during the discussion.
Thank you very much, Monique. A lot of information, and some of us knew, some of us didn't know, but I think you're inviting partnerships which many entities here have embraced before, and some will want to embrace as we go forward. The last presentation in this group is one coming from an entity which is doing a lot of work in protecting our coastal environment, and we would have talked about protected areas and various places that we've been working in. But here's an entity that has been partnering with other entities to deal with the land-based source of pollution as it gets it. That's you and Monique. Land-based source of pollution before it gets into our marine environment. So at this point, I'm going to invite Mr. McCarthy from Clean Oceans to present.
Thank you, Professor Weber. Michael McCarthy, Managing Director, Clean Harbors Jamaica Limited.
Clean Harbors or Clean Oceans?
Clean Harbors, but one of our partners is the Ocean Cleanup, so I can see the...
I stand corrected. Because I know somebody going to record this, and where are my media friends? I know somebody going to record this and misquote me, so...
Well, it happens more than enough. Thank you again. Boy, I don't know why you put me as the last presenter, because, you know, mine is not as thorough as Monique's might have been. So as you're aware, the Kingston Harbour has been polluted for decades. It is something that we have all seen growing up. You know, everybody speaks about what can we do to clean up the Kingston Harbour. And this is where we came in as Clean Harbors Jamaica Limited. We do view the Kingston Harbour as one of the most important factors to Kingston's marine ecological life as well as to the nation. Through this effort of ours, we found ourselves doing a collaboration with the Grace Kennedy Foundation, who also share a similar passion for the harbour. As you know, Grace Kennedy is on the waterfront and they have a vested interest in what happens down there. It was the partnership with the Grace Kennedy Foundation that also led us to seek additional partnerships, which is where we landed a partnership with the Ocean Cleanup, which is a Dutch non-profit organization who has the mandate for cleaning up oceans around the world. Their mission is to see zero plastics, I think by 2030. That's their aim. So with that being said, the project's aim is to reduce the pollution of the Kingston Harbour and encourage and facilitate sustainable investments. We hope that through the cleaning of the harbour, we will see various improvements like, you know, rejuvenation of the mangroves, the forests, and the survival growth for the environment and the surrounding communities, the improvements to marine life biodiversity, and by way encourage the harbour to go back to its natural state of cleanliness. Okay. So the project started by targeting, initially in our pilot phase, we targeted three gullies to run a pilot. Those were the Barnes Gully, the Raytown, and Kingston Pen. We saw that through that pilot project, significant changes in just that short space of time within the marine environment. We saw improvements in water quality just in and around that area. We saw where fisher folk from Raytown was explaining to us that, you know, the marine life started to return to its natural state. We then branched out to an additional two gullies, which were the Tivoli, which is our largest gully to date. It pollutes the harbour quite significantly, and we did an installation at the Daguila Gully as well. It is our aim with the project to target the 11 most polluting gullies to the harbour. There are about 19 to 20, but there are 11 very polluting ones that we aim to target. As we scale up, we're hoping to go into areas such as Sandy Gully, Hunts Bay area, but you know, that's a massive undertaking that will not just be a project initiative, but it needs to be a nation initiative involvements through the ministerial powers. So with the project, we also facilitate things such as beach cleanups. We just had one the other day where I think we had a little over 600 volunteers. To date, what we have seen is that we have collected in excess of 1 million kilograms of waste coming down these gullies, majority of them being plastics, which just goes to show just how horrible the problem really is. We hope enhance. Right, so the Grace Kennedy Foundation tends to ensure that community involvement is something that they focus on very heavily. And through this, they go into the different communities to do community sensitization, and encourage people to, you know, treat the environment better. We encourage them to come out to the beach cleanups. We encourage them to be a part of what it is that we're doing. We have seen where there have been a lot of stakeholder buy-ins. We have had major support from NEPA, NSWMA, the ministry, the government, MGI, who actually helped us a lot with our mapping of the gullies and the trajectory of what we wanted to achieve. So there's massive private sector and government involvement that takes place. So we do hope and aim, and hope that through all of what we're doing that we will all be able to see a nicer, cleaner harbor in a few years. We have various methods by which we extract the debris. One of our main methods of extraction is that the debris is trapped at the mouth of the gullies by our specialized barriers that we have installed. It's not working, but there are barriers installed at the mouth of the gullies. I want to go back. Slide. Yeah, right. So there are barriers installed at the mouth of the gullies, and what these do is that they trap the waste as it comes down and prevent it from actually escaping into the harbor. Once we have achieved that trapping of the waste, we approach the gullies by way of specialized marine vessels to reap. So we reap at the mouth of the gullies from the barriers directly, extract this waste. It's taken to what we have termed the offloading site, where we offload the waste. It is sorted, cleaned, treated, well, not necessarily treated, but washed and sorted, and then we send to the various entities. So what can be recycled is sent to be recycled, and what cannot be recycled, unfortunately, we still have a landfill. We don't have any other method but to utilize the landfill. So what cannot be recycled is sent away to be disposed of. We're hoping to reduce that some more as we expand. We also do land-based extractions from the sides of the gullies by excavating the waste and sorting it again and doing the same methods, moving it by trucks to our facility. And the facility is where, I guess people would say, all the magic takes place. We sort it, we ensure that it's separated in the right order, and it's sent off to the relevant agencies. I think that through what we're doing, we have, I think I've said this already, but we've seen significant improvements in the eco-life happening. We have found crocodiles coming to the barriers wanting to go back in, whereas they had ventured out trying to get out into the other mangrove. They are now trying to get back in to go up into where they usually hatch and do what they need to do. The community involvement and the buy-in is very great. All the communities that we have been in so far, through the sensitization that the Grace Kennedy Foundation has done, has really been very significant, and they are welcoming of what we're doing. It was a fear that installing something like this would have been an issue in the communities, but they've all bought into it and they're very supportive, and I think that in itself shows that the nation is ready for a change, and I think that they want to see improvements, and I think going forward it's something that we can all play a part in. So thank you for having me here, and looking forward to the rest of the seminar and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carty. And I think you want us to, again, thank all our presenters in this session before we hit all the questions that we're going to have them. So Dr. Bellamy and Dr. Dublin for their presentation, Mr. Ishida, who was online, and of course Ms. Curtis and Mr. McCarthy, who presented on marine protected areas and specific projects. Questions I will now float amongst the audience so that you should take this mic. And you had one behind you.
Thank you. Wonderful presentations. Just quick questions to the Jamaican speakers. Mr. Gavin Bellamy, I think these regional cooperations mechanisms are quite vital, and we sometimes see that regional fishery management organization, RFMO, some are working well, some are not working well, and some members are not really complying to the regulations. Some are doing better, and this collective management, everyone has to make a commitment and execute the commitment. I just wondered if you can comment on the achievement and challenges with respect to this regional mechanism for fishery resource management in the Caribbean. Just one more question to Ms. Monique Curtis. This trade-off, it often happens that if you allow fisheries, it's difficult to create these marine protected areas. If you expand the marine protected areas, some fishermen say that they don't really want this MPA expanded that infringes their fishing activities. And the last point is this Michael McConey, and this integrated waste management will be probably vital now that just clean up the beaches and rivers do not necessarily resolve the upfront problems. And for that, I just wondered if Jamaica has any strategies to promote integrated waste management, including maybe the introduction of alternative materials.
Okay, thank you for that question. And I will say that in my estimation, the CRFM is working well within the region. To be exact, if you saw me with my headset in, I was in an online meeting with CRFM as we were sitting here. So, and been typing my comments. So it is working, there is cooperation, there's agreement, and we are working as partners to get it working. Also, just to add about regional cooperation, in the fight against IUU, Jamaica is the regional hub for the Blue Justice Initiative. So we take and disseminate information within the region and collate facts to help other countries in the Caribbean Basin to fight against IUU. This, again, is the cooperation with UNDP and the Norwegian government. So yes, we have regional cooperations and they are working. Thank you.
I would gladly take it, but I thought that Dr. Bellamy would have jumped on the opportunity to tell about, to talk about what I think is a success story in terms of the local context. So, regarding the work of NFA, working with the local communities and looking at the special fisheries conservation area, when we were engaged at the early point to assist with monitoring the coral health in those locations, we were interacting mostly with local fisher folks. Yeah? They were very enthusiastic about working with us in going out there and proving that what they were working on was working. What we also saw through even the Arakabesa Foundation or the Trust was knowledge exchange. So going into other fishing communities to tell of what their experience was and encouraging persons to examine declaring fish sanctuaries in their fishing areas. What we even see now as a regulatory agency for development activities in Jamaica is where you might have projects in the marine spaces, and when we receive comments or feedback on these EIAs for these projects, it's coming from local fishing groups and their intention to protect the spaces in which they're operating. So I think that's one of the things that's really progressed in the local context. The local communities, once you engage them, you share the knowledge and they see the experience, they will actively support your initiatives when it comes to environmental protection.
Okay, but just to add to what Monique just said, not only that the fishers are supportive of the marine protective areas, they are now pressuring us to create more areas. Right now there's one community that they are pressuring me to do one in their area now. And we're like, we have to do the background work and we have to gazette it under the law, and they want it tomorrow. You know, like, no. So we don't have that problem anymore in Jamaica. The communities are seeing Travis helps other sanctuaries. The success story goes around. And Jamaicans like to grab onto a success story. So if it's successful, everyone else wants to be a part.
So let me stretch that one. Is it that we want more sanctuaries or we want larger sanctuaries? Because I was reading Masonoro's question. More sanctuaries mean you replicate what the success story is here, over there. But increase the size of the sanctuary actually means I can't fish here, and I used to fish over there, and I can't fish there anymore. I have to go even further. I mean, we talk about the spillover effect. That is supposed to be the spillover effect from over here. And you can go over there and fish. But if you make this so large, then the fishermen have to go so far away from home to fish that they begin to say, well, I'm sure I want this. I think that was the question Masonori was asking. Number versus size.
Both ways are positive because some of the communities are asking for their sanctuary to be increased, and the fishers are asking for that. So we are seeing both sides of the fence.
Well, that's very good. Monique?
No, and just to add, and that is why other activities to complement that expansion of your MPAs is important. So retooling persons, building the capacity so that they are doing other activities rather than relying on your nearshore environment. So even a discussion from the fisheries standpoint about looking at pelagic fisheries, it has to come hand in hand with the displacement that's going to come with expanding your protected areas within your nearshore environment.
One of the World Bank projects that we're implementing now is to do ecotourism within the marine protected space. So that is also allowing the fishers to still earn a living and diversification of employment. So it works both ways. So thank you.
That's interesting because we heard a story recently that during COVID, when a lot of people got laid off, suddenly decided that I was an expert, but all of a sudden I'm a fisherman now and I can't fish. And they had to be taught and trained that, look, here are the rules of fishing, here is the boundary you can fish in, here is where you cannot do what. So that's an interesting comment on that. Devon?
No, it's just a question just to follow up on the conversation. I'm just curious as to whether a fishing vessel can be used for tourism without any modification of their licenses or something like that.
That's not my area, but I'll answer you because I'm aware of the answer. Technically, they have to get a permit from TPDCO, the tourism arm of the government, to do that. But it can be done. There are fishers who do it. And fishers, some of them assist tourists to go and dive in the sanctuaries. But they have to have the proper certification to be able to do this.
So it's no sense dangling the carrot and you can't take advantage of it. I hear you. So McCarthy, any comment on the integrated waste management question?
So just to touch on what Dr. Bellamy had said, we also found that the fisher folk are welcoming of all the works that we're doing in the harbor. We've had fisher folks reaching out to us as far as Montego Bay. Are you coming to Mo Bay to help us stem the flow of the debris from our gullies because it's affecting their fishing village? We had them from Old Harbor. We've had it being asked. We have them asking from overseas. So it is something that is proving to be very useful. If I may touch that, during COVID, when a lot of the fisher folks weren't, this is when our project was initializing, majority of our barriers that we had. During COVID, when a lot of the fisher folks weren't earning, we actually employed some of the fisher folks to help us set up the barriers, to help us, you know, they couldn't go and catch fish because it was restrictive of them and they weren't able to. They helped us to catch debris. You know, they had to go and ask NEPA if they could use their boats to take up some of the garbage. They were said, you know, they got no objection. They came, they helped us. So in everything that we're doing, I think we find that integrating the waste management makes a lot of sense on the island.
So you introduce plastic fishing. Okay, it works. Comment on that? Where's the other? There we go.
All right, just wanted to add that we are really appreciative of the work being done to clean up the harbor. Our mangrove restoration activities have been floundering and are really significantly affected by the rain of plastics. And we know you're seeing success, but I have a concern about the need for integrating waste management so we get plastic minimization, because you will not keep up with the rain of plastic bottles. Plastic bags now seem to be mitigated by the NEPA ban, and styrofoam and so on is reducing in the stream. But the plastic bottles are taking over. And so we hear that there is a deposit refund scheme that is coming. We hear manufacturers have been allowed to put $1 on every bottle that they sell to fund a plastic and incentives to reduce plastic waste, especially from bottles, either facilitate collection or facilitate recycling, fund Recycle Partners of Jamaica. We are not seeing any effect of it. And they have gotten this $1, I don't know how long ago, Monique? 2019. We are not seeing any effect of those incentives. And so while we applaud Clean Harbors and others, we won't keep up if there isn't a similar incentive and action to reduce the amount of plastic that's being produced.
Which is the social impact. I mean, we're going to hear in a little while about some of the social considerations of going with the economy, in terms of the blue economy. There are some considerations that need to come on board. You need to turn off the tap. Well, the plastic tap.
So thank you, Professor Weber. We have seen significant outflow of plastic bottles. We see more plastic bottles than we do see plastic bags. Thank you again, Nepo. But definitely, as I was speaking to you about it earlier, what we are trying to do is do a lot of legacy cleanups before we do installation of barriers in and around mangrove areas, so that when we do install the barriers, we can put up a preventative fence around the mangroves to kind of reduce these plastics going into the mangroves. We've seen that happening at Tivoli, where it has reduced a lot of the plastics going. I mean, we don't really have mangroves by the Tivoli area, but just that foliage there, that fauna, we've seen a lot of a reduction in the plastics going into there. We're hoping that as we expand, we can do as best as we can to reduce the influx of plastic into the mangrove areas. But again, it's a nation problem. It's, as you mentioned, you have the various entities, you have the Wysinkos that produce the plastics, the various entities. You don't want to call it names, but they're there. We switch from glass bottles to plastics because it's a somewhat cheaper and easier alternative for consumables. However, we didn't foresee the impact that it would have had on the globe. And now we're reaping from the problem of it, and we're trying our best to do what we can. As I said earlier, we are not the be-all, end-all solution, but we are doing what we can do just to stem it from outflowing into the harbor and probably reaching over to your mangroves. We're doing as best as we can. I don't know if you've seen any reduction. We've heard that there's a reduction of them going over there, but as we do further installations, I think we can reduce that outflow. We cannot stop the people from using plastics fully, but we can try to do cultural.
But that's where the social impact comes. So, all right, so we're going to have to continue that discussion, and that's a point that we need to continue. There have been a question over here burning, so.
Yes, thank you. Let me try to be quick. Firstly, let us applaud all the different agencies and persons doing this, because as I sit and watch the young people, students here, I remember as a student there was no such discussion. So the fact that we're moving in this direction. All right, so I have questions for everybody. Dr. Bellamy and Prof alluded to it. 20,000 hectares by 2026. Is it more important what is your source of funds? Because I know the private sector sanctuaries, they are struggling. So what is the source of funds for this proposal of expansion of sanctuaries? And for Ms. Curtis, why not a monitoring site in St. Thomas and St. Elizabeth? And Mr. McCarthy, lovely work, but as an academic I have to ask this, how are you quantifying this success or increase in health? Is it just visually the amount of plastic bottles? Are you looking at other factors in the water quality? Because as we know, Kingston Harbor, it's more polluted than what it looks like. Thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Trench, I'll try and answer my question quickly. Most of the new ones that are coming on are private sector supported. The hotels, the next two will be supported by hotels and private individuals. And they have committed funds for the next 5 years. We have the funds committed already. Thanks.
Yes, because we don't want to keep anybody from lunch. So regarding, and I think you're talking about the coral reef monitoring site. So historically, we did have monitoring locations, and that's from as far back as it was a project on the CMS for St. Thomas. And when it became an operational activity at the agency, we still sustained those sites, but we have not reported against them in the last 5 years. So that's why they're not represented on the map. Logistically speaking, it was just difficult when it came to St. Thomas. Because what you find is that if you're looking at most of our sites that we have been able to do on a long-term basis, they will coincide with localities where you have support in terms of an NGO, academia, or any local group that we can work with, right? And we did have that gap when you think about sites in St. Thomas. So it was just a logistical issue when we had removed it from the long-term monitoring site. But what the framework that we've now set up for monitoring going forward is to look back at some of those sites that we have since abandoned, to revisit those locations and get that number up from 27. So you won't necessarily see long-term data or more frequent data for those locations, but it's to get back again a snapshot of what happened since, you know, the 10 years ago that we monitored those locations. And for St. Elizabeth, it's almost the same thing, and it's what we're experiencing even now that we've declared this location a protected area, finding a local group that will help us to manage that space, similar to the arrangements that we have for co-management for the protected areas that we have for Portland Bight. We have CCAM, Brandon representing here. We have JCDT for Blue and Jonker Mountains. We have the Montego Bay Marine Park. So we do have co-management arrangements, and these entities also do their management plan activities with funding that they're able to access as well, separate and apart from what you might consider, you know, a need for more funding support from the NRC, admittedly. But it's really just where the opportunity lies for sustained partnership that closes some of the gaps that we have when it comes to environmental monitoring.
Okay, quickly, because we're going to take 2 more questions, 2 short questions before lunch. How do you quantify?
All right, so as it relates to water quality, there are water quality indexes used. We have had environmental impact assessments done, pre and post cleanups, and we check for pH, bacteria, and stuff like that. So that is how we check that the water levels do improve in and around areas that we do. And as well, we have visual aids by drone footage to see the before, after. We send people into the various areas to inspect and see what the impact that we're having is done, and we record all the data, we weigh all the wastes. All waste retrieved are weighed, whether plastics or otherwise, they're weighed, and the data is recorded.
And Prof. Mona says that she's seen reduction in the mangroves, so clearly it'll work. In the plastics, in the mangroves, sorry. All right, 2 short questions.
So,
2 short questions.
No. One short question from you, and Brandon has been standing on ceremony over there, want to ask a question.
All right. Well, my question is, what are we doing on activism for plastics? We're at a university. We're in a city that has some of the best piped water in the world. We're talking about blue economy, and we're talking about plastic pollutions. And how many damn plastic bottles do I see on that table? I mean, I'm sorry. What are we doing about activism? Why aren't the students at UE yelling at us for having plastic water bottles in this room? And how do we start that?
Nobody responding?
Well, I want to know what your question is.
No, well, it's sort of a follow-on from what Dr. Trent said, but you know, we talked about there's 2 new sanctuaries that are going to be privately funded. We didn't talk about what's happening with the other sanctuaries because we're at 18 now. We definitely need some more. We at CCAM are managing 3, and we have done the studies and the background work to have a 4th established. But the reality is the limiting factor is not the will or the encouragement from the fishermen. It's sustainable and adequate funding to go ahead and declare. There's no point declaring if we don't have the money. And I know Dr. Bellamy at the NFA and in the ministry has been lobbying the Ministry of Finance and elsewhere to do that. But while that is happening, in another sense, we seem to be moving in the wrong direction because under the quiet, you know, the main source of funds that has been supporting this, which has been the CONCESS, which goes into the Fisheries Management and Development Fund, the percentage has been reduced, which means the total pot of money available has been reduced, which to the layman may look like we're going in the wrong direction. So I'm just thinking that there must be something else going on in the background to not just make up that gap, but you know, get us to the 20,000 hectare target. And because the problem is not just that we don't have enough. It's not sustainable. How do you run a business when you don't know what your budget is likely to be next year? It's a real problem, especially from a management point of view, where our budget I was about to say it hasn't changed, but it's actually declining in real terms because it hasn't moved in monetary terms. And so I would invite Dr. Bellamy to elaborate a little bit more on that aspect of things, you know, that sustainable funding.
Well, I see him giving you a look. Just to answer your question, so the University of the West Indies, like every other entity, has its limitations as to what it can do in terms of provision. Convenience is what drives this. And I guess we need to get people to turn off. Now, what we have done is we have started, for instance, in the bookshop, there are countless water bottles that are now being sold, and we're trying to get people to carry their own and do their own, and that's working. In an event such as this, unless you carry your own and we could do a refill station, we would end up not being able to provide. So, no. I just got my notice this morning about COVID, which is why we had to start doing everything again. So what we have done, or what we can do, the University of the West Indies, through the great James Moss Solomon Chair, actually does a plastic recycling project on the campus. There are 300 bins around the campus that collect plastics, which then go to a central site, which then partners with Recycle Partners of Jamaica. So we know the back end, we're not getting it into the waste stream. But you're right, the front end is what we need to address. And the front end, we need to be able to say, how do you get your water, and are you willing to walk with your water or your container? And I will add that the University of West Indies actually has its own well. And once we could find a way to get the water to a central place, we don't have any problem producing water. It's the bottles that are the issue. Colleagues, I hear a grumble in a stomach. I have one question over there. Travis, only because you're a presenter means you have access to a question.
Yeah, man, so this question is to Monique. So for the Reef Health report, it states that Jamaica is below the Caribbean average at poor, right? And the Caribbean average is at fair for Reef Health Index. So my question to you is, with the recent diadema die-off, has NEPA done any studies to see what has been the implications on this on an already poor reef health that we're experiencing in the country? And I would ask you about the coral bleaching episode that has started, but I figured because it has just started, you wouldn't have too much information. But seeing that we have gone through that diadema die-off episode, what are the implications now? Have you seen any? And how will we be affected?
So she's going to think about that for 2 seconds. Gavin, you're going to tell Brandon how he can continue to manage without a budget?
Well, Brandon has one of the best budgets around, and Brandon knows what to do. Brandon is doing well. He leverages the small amount that he gets from us and gets much more. Congratulations, Brandon. Teach your friends how to do more of that. And we will continue the conversation later, Brandon.
I just want to take a bite at the question about the bottles. And I think it comes back to the question Masanori asked earlier, which is, do you look at the entire cycle? You're collecting the plastic, but what about the people who are using it, the consumers, and what do they do? If I'm in Japan and somebody gives me a plastic bottle of water, I don't worry about it because I know what happens in Japan. I don't see bottles floating around in the streams and stuff like that. So I think it comes back to the culture, the way people operate, what they do, and so on. Because if I'm in an environment where I see a lot of bottles around, I'll be a bit worried that maybe the one I'm using is going to end up in the stream. So perhaps we need to look at it from an entire perspective. I know COVID has complicated things, but if we reach a point where we know that the bottle that we're using is going to end up in the right place, we won't worry about it. But there's another aspect as well. Can I turn the tap on and drink that water?
Yes, you can.
Well, not everyone is convinced that they can do that and not get ill.
Well, in Jamaica, you can.
Yeah, so I think that confidence as well is important, right? That people should feel confident that they can turn on the tap, drink that water, and they don't need to worry about a diarrhea or something, right? So.
Well, good to go. Monique, you have the last comment before lunch. You're answering the question about the diadema die-off and what does that do to your data sets?
No, so it's actually one of the years that we're actually returning to the monitoring. We haven't monitored in 2 years based on the shift in the framework to keep in line with the agency's strategic action plan. So this year we're actually having as a key performance indicator for the agency the monitoring of these sites again, right? So it's actually the opportune time for us to be out there gathering the data, knowing that we have across the region the impact from the coral bleaching event, the diadema die-off, as well as the coral tissue loss disease. When we had the coral tissue loss disease some years ago, we had developed survey instruments in collaboration with AGRA, and that is what we had used to get some information on the local context by engaging the marine park managers to essentially fill out the information according to what they were seeing within their site. So even within the agency with the limited capacity, it's really trying to actively engage the persons that are in water to get the information that we need to be able to submit to these regional platforms. And up to yesterday, TNC convened a regional discussion as to how we would go forward in terms of getting information on the coral bleaching event. And they have provided us with a framework, and it's that information. And I actually got an email earlier today with the Google form with the information that will be sent out to our local stakeholders, the persons managing these protected areas. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Monique, and thank you once again all our presenters and those who raised the questions. I think it continues to enlarge our understanding. I'm here taking my notes and I gone 3 pages. I don't know about you. I gather there are 3 more questions, Devoney. That's why we gave you the little brown books. Write down the questions. We will take them after lunch, because if I do not manage, I will not be, in charge of this orchestra, and we'll all be here till midnight. So At this point, we're going to break for lunch. Lunch was supposed to be an hour, but you're going to have to eat fast. So lunch is now half an hour. Lunch is served. It's buffet over there. Please go get some lunch so we can restart at 1:30 and get to the end discussion as quickly as we can. Thank you very much. Mr. Ishida, if you're still online, thank you very much for your presentation. time. Can I get you all assembled so we may begin the afternoon sessions? We'll just give 2 moments for everything to be cleared and everybody to settle. And then I have the wonderful pleasure of handing over the chair for the afternoon session to our co-sponsor from New Leaf, Mr. Robert Wright, who will take us through the afternoon presentations. Robert.
Thanks, Prof. Well, first of all, congratulations for having lunch in half an hour. It's the first time I've seen that. We have a wonderful panel here today, this afternoon, where we're going to be looking at ocean-based climate solutions. Our first speaker is my dear friend, Dr. Gary Jackson, the CEO of the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. I had the privilege of being on that board when it just started. And Gary will be speaking about sustainable energy, especially in the marine context. One of certainly my favorite quotes from former Governor General is that in Jamaica there is nothing wrong with Jamaica that can't be fixed by what's right with Jamaica. So I feel that very strongly that all of the resources that we have, which Gary will be talking about, fit that bill perfectly. He'll be followed by our dear friend Dr. Atushi Watanabe, who's sitting here from the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. He'll be speaking about our blue carbon management. He'll be giving us some insights into that. And then we'll have a video presentation, very interesting presentation on artificial reefs, which the Japanese have funded and developed pilot projects around using mussels and shells. Something which I think is very relevant to us in the Caribbean, especially with conch shells, and potentially pointing the way for us to also develop artificial reefs using conch shells. So without further ado, Gary, if you're hearing us, you could start your presentation.
Good to see you again while being online. It's a pleasure being here. Thanks, Prof. Weber, for the invitation.
We're turning up the volume a bit. 1 second.
Let me know when to go ahead. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hi, Gary.
Good afternoon.
We're hearing you.
I'm getting a feedback. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction, Robert. Good to see you online, albeit as online. Thank you, Prof. Weber, for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. The Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency is very appreciative of this invitation, and we'll take you through a presentation now referring to the Caribbean marine energy development and decarbonization of the regional energy sector. So one of the first things I'd like to start with is the first law of thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, but only can be converted from one form to the other. I think this is a very important law to remember. In some quarters, people say that energy is like the Holy Spirit. So let us look at marine energy potential in the region. As you can see to the right, this refers to a number of Caribbean islands, including some of the countries that are on the Southern America continent or Central America aspect of the world, and then some of the countries in Africa. Now, if you look at the exclusive economic zone of the countries in the Caribbean, particularly the island, you will note the vast quantum of that exclusive economic zone, which is the ocean, versus the land. So it is being said now that we should not refer to ourselves as small island development states, but as ocean states, given the vast quantum of ocean resources that is available to each of the countries across the region. So this is very important to recognize. To the left of that is looking at some of the marine resources from a quantitative standpoint, given the data that has been collected over the years from different data acquisition entities. And some of this data refers to wave, tidal, wind speeds, and some are referring to temperature gradients that the ocean has. And this goes to the quantum of energy that resides in the ocean. Where you have that diagram, where you see those colors, yellow, orange, aquamarine, this is just giving you an indication of wind potential in the region. The high red or purplish color indicates high potential, and as you can see across the region, it tells you that offshore wind has a high potential in the region. Because we are close to the equator, you note that there's a lot of heat that would come across the region in any given year, in any given season. So you find that the surface water has a high temperature in the 25, 26 degrees Celsius, and below, at certain depths, it gets very cold, 5 degrees Celsius. And that temperature gradient is important to note because resources can be exploited from that temperature gradient to get energy from it. So that marine energy potential refers to the temperature gradient, refers to wind speeds, refers to tidal, wave motions as well. So anything that provides mechanical motion can provide energy. Anything that provides heat gradient or temperature gradient, I should say, can provide energy. So what I've shown you here is a few technologies that can be used to tap those resources. This one is referred to the ocean thermal energy conversion, otherwise called OTEC, which uses the temperature gradient from what's on the surface of the water to what's beneath the water. And that temperature difference is what's going to be very important for this technology to work. That temperature difference is going to allow a secondary fluid through a heat exchanger, mainly an evaporator, using that secondary fluid could be ammonia that has a very low boiling point. And once you send that temperature difference across that heat exchanger, that secondary fluid is going to evaporate. It evaporates, it becomes a gas, and that gas becomes high pressure. That high pressure turns a turbine and generates electricity. And that's a simple principle of OTEC. Now, OTEC has other benefits. Benefits of desalinating water, so you can have the seawater becoming fresh water. It can also use for aquaculture. So that cold water could come to surface and put in a pond for aquaculture. So you could have multiple species grown in that type of environment. And it can also support cooling. Now, the next diagram is what we call, and this is one of Robert's favorite ocean energy. It's called seawater air conditioning. Again, because of the cold temperature below surface, you could actually extract that water through a mechanical device and run it through a heat exchanger, and just air flows across that to provide air conditioning for buildings. So hotels would be a perfect candidate who are close to the ocean, would be a perfect candidate for this type of energy transfer. And then below here, we have the offshore wind, and you have different offshore winds. Some are actually fixed to the ocean bed, and some are actually floated and anchored to the ocean bed while they float by using a mooring system of sort. So these are different technologies that can be used for marine energy. And one other is floating solar. So in areas where you have very calm waters in a cove or a cay, you could actually have floating solar that can actually produce electricity similar to what you'll have on a rooftop. So let us look at the marine energy value chain. So I spoke about some of the technologies that can be used to generate electricity or generate energy. Wave energy converters, tidal stream, ocean thermal energy conversion, the one I referred to earlier. Salinity gradients can also produce energy. Seawater air conditioning that I mentioned earlier. Marine algae for biofuels or biorefineries. Bioenergy from seaweed. So renewable energy using marine coastal space. So we spoke about offshore wind, spoke about floating PV, hybrids through a co-location. And as you know, the ocean captures a lot of carbon. So it could be a carbon capture storage facility as well. And also for renewable energy, for the blue economy growth, fisheries and aquaculture. You recall I mentioned OTEC having those co-benefits. Aquaculture is one of those co-benefits. Freshwater for food security. You'll have heard me mention water from the OTEC going into ponds, and that could provide fresh water for food security. This type of renewable energy can provide energy for rural electrification. You have biotechnology, pharmaceutics, and cosmetics from seaweed, which is something that is happening right now in Barbados. They are using seaweed for pharmaceutical and cosmetic through some small micro businesses that are evolving in the Caribbean. For ocean energy, can be used for charging infrastructure, especially in the advent of the IMO saying to the shipping industry, we need to be more green, so green ports for marine plugins. So ships are now taking on that initiative to now come to a port and plug in instead of staying at the port and throttle and have emissions going into the air. Some of this energy from the offshore wind or marine energy can be converted to hydrogen, and hydrogen could be used to fuel ships as well. So all this is also possible in the marine energy value chain. So let's just look at where marine energy is, the development is across the world. So for wave, you will note in the gray area, that means the technology is still in R&D. That peach color, it's a prototype. Yellow, they have reached demonstration. Green, they have reached pre-commercial. and blue meaning that industrial full rollout. And below you will note the year that we are, in some instances, the years have passed, and in some instances, the years we are projecting when some of these things will come to commercial full development over time. So as you see, the closest one to get into full development, so they have deployed some technologies, OTEC. So OTEC is now in pre-commercial stage, so there are a few countries who have deployed OTEC, but it hasn't been rolled out in high volumes and high capacity. So there have been very small capacities, 1 megawatt, 1.5 megawatt, 2 megawatt, but nothing in the large megawatts like what we've seen in wind, like 20 megawatts, gigawatts. It hasn't got there yet. Tidal is still in development, pre-commercial stages. You'll have heard of some of those technologies in Europe. Tidal Stream, also in pre-commercial stage now, within the 2023 period, and so is Wave. Wave is more in demonstration and moving into pre-commercial. So this gives you a sense of where we are in some of these technologies right now. And salinity gradient is still in demonstration phase and have not really reached yet into pre-commercial at this stage. So when you look at marine energy, and any energy development for that matter, I think it's very important to understand how do we get to a point of when we understand that the resource exists, and when do we get it to building a facility that's now going to be producing useful energy for consumption. So I think it's very important to recognize some of these aspects of project development.
If
and this is an acronym that we have enhanced from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and we have called it SHROPTIC. The first thing you need to do is assess if you have a site. So what site is there in the ocean? Remember, this can be used for any renewable energy development or any energy development for that matter, but we're focusing on energy today. So where is that site? What type of marine life is at that site? Do you understand the bathymetry, meaning the levels of this ocean bed? Do we understand the environment and social impact if we were to put a technology there? And if there are shipping lanes for us to consider that we can't disrupt, marine life that we can't disrupt, or the fiber optics cable that surrounds our telecommunication that we can't disrupt, then we need to assess the resource. We need to make sure the resource is what we believe it can do to produce energy. So a full resource assessment needs to be done. So you would need to have some device in the ocean measuring data over a predetermined time to ensure that that resource is bankable, meaning that it's something that you can take to the bank to say, yes, this is data that is real and not imaginary, and that you can provide me with a de-risking loan to support this development. Then obviously, once you are producing electricity or energy, you need somebody to take it from you through a transaction. We call those an off-taker, either being the utility, the electricity, or if it's fuel, if it's a fuel company like Exxon, or it's a shipping company that wants fuel for its ship, you need an off-taker. And you need an infrastructure, either a fuel infrastructure or a grid infrastructure, to accept that energy to go to the end users. And you have to assess the port that is going to be, because the ocean is out there and you have to bring it to land. So the port facility that is going to be required for that is going to be important. Then you come to permits. So each country would have their particular regulations to address environmental and social impact. So your permitting system would have to be carefully understood and carefully navigated. So whatever licensing you have to undertake to use the energy from the ocean is going to be very important. If you are not in your exclusive economic zone, and you will need to find out if you are in your neighboring island economic zone, what type of regulation and permitting requirements you will need to access that resource to support your energy demand. So that type of regulatory design is going to be important. Then the technology, you're going to need to choose the right technology for that resource that you have just recorded or captured in your data acquisition tools or devices. And that technology, I've spoken about some of them, your offshore wind, the type of wind turbines you're going to be using, if it's a wave energy technology or wave energy converter, if it's a seawater air conditioning, what type of technology, how is that going to be constructed? And then you need the right team. That team would be all encompassing. That team would be from your regulators, from your environmental scientists, your NGOs who are responsible for marine life, your governments through institutions like NEPA who will be responsible for permitting and licensing for any use of that resource. Legal and regulation, you're going to need somebody strong in legal and regulatory matters. You're going to need trainers because the technology will be new and you still need to maintain and operate it. So you need to train the use of this technology over time. Financiers and engineers. So you need a very comprehensive and dedicated team to support the development. You will need money, capital. You will need human capital and financial capital to support the development of this project. And that could be through equity, could be through loan, could be through development grant, or a syndication of all. And the construction of this development is going to be critical because as much as you have received the permit is going to give you particular guidelines of how you're actually going to construct this project within the environments that you are. So if it's offshore wind, you'll have to have massive crane and barges in the sea. And you don't want to have any spills or anything that is going to disrupt the marine life, that is going to make it irreversible. So that is going to be also very important for the development. So within all that I've said, it is not going to require one country. It's going to, in our view, in the SECRE's view, it's going to require a regional approach for energy integration and decarbonization. And just to let you know, we have already started this assessment of a regional integration and decarbonization baseline assessment to understand all the resources that we have across the region. It being on ocean, it being on land, to look at what would be possible, not only to generate electricity, but also anything that we consider an energy carrier to bring energy to our consumer for the development of the Caribbean people. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. I think we all could do with a little bit of the seawater air conditioning right here in this building if we had that resource right now. But thank you very much for the presentation. We're going to have questions afterwards, but for now we're going to move on to our second speaker, who's going to be speaking about the blue carbon management market, Dr. Tushi Watanabe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Robert Wright, for introducing me. And I'm very happy to be here to speak about the blue carbon for climate, biodiversity, and the community. So, yeah. Yeah. Can you make it a full screen mode? Yeah, so I'm from Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And also I'm a director of Japan Blue Economy Association. And the next slide. Oops. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay. Oh, I can. Okay. So blue carbon is deemed as a one of the climate solution or the climate action. So this report published in 2019 explained about the 5 opportunities of the ocean-based climate solution, including the maritime renewable energy, just Dr. Gary explained to us, and also it includes decarbonization of shipping sectors, and also the dietary shift from eating meat to seafood, and that is quite effective. But blue carbon is a nature-based climate action from the ocean space, which includes the mangrove and the seagrass restoration and the conservation, and also it's emerging blue carbon opportunity is a seaweed farming. So, okay, Yeah, and blue carbon, blue carbon gives us a triple benefits to us. So one is a carbon benefit, which can mitigate the global warming, and second is a biodiversity benefit. If we have a good blue carbon ecosystem, we can have a more biodiversity in the ocean. And it also gives us a community benefit. So I just want to touch up on this benefit later. Yeah, and yeah, when it comes to Japan, seaweed or macroalgae ecosystem is occupies the largest amount of the blue carbon potential, followed by seagrass bed, mangrove forest, and coastal wetland. And it has a potential of 1.3 million tons of carbon dioxide per year at the current estimation. But we can increase it up to several million tons or even over 10 million tons by 2050 if we can restore the lost ecosystems and also even if we can include seaweed farming. Okay, and we established the Japan Blue Economy Association 3 years ago under the collaborative innovation partnership scheme the Japanese government has, and it is a kind of legal entity authorized by the Japanese government. Competent ministry is Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Technology, Tourism, yeah, Transport and Tourism. And when it comes to blue carbon restoration, conservation activities in Japan, we have a lot of challenges. So environmental activities like this coastal ecosystem conservation restoration are mainly carried out by or supported by small motivated citizen groups, and including a fisheries association or motivated citizen groups and NPOs, non-profit organizations. And the biggest bottleneck in maintaining and expanding this kind of activities is the funding. So they basically rely on the taxes or the subsidies, but we need more investment or financing from the private sector to scale up this kind of activities. So we tried. So in JBE, Japan Blue Economy. Sorry, it's not moving. Japan Blue Economy Association. We are trying to introduce new mechanism, financing mechanism, which is blue carbon credit. Yeah, so this graph shows how it is operated. So we call it the J-Blue credit system on Japanese domestic voluntary carbon market. So so like an NPO citizen group or fishermen who is trying to restore or conserve the ecosystem can measure their activities outcomes and make a report to submit to us and to JBE as a secretariat. And we made a guideline for them to measure and report their blue carbon outcomes. And then we establish a third-party review and certification committee outside of JBE to guarantee that it is certified, not by ourselves but by the outside experts. And then we get the result, and then we give the certificate to the blue carbon credit. And then companies or private sectors who is trying to reduce their carbon emissions but cannot, they have unavoidable emissions. So they purchase this blue carbon credit and offset their CO2 emissions. But through these activities, they can improve their organization value and through social contribution and the betterment of the ocean environment. Oops. Yeah, so this is, we published this kind of guideline, J-Blue Credit guideline, in 2022, and regularly upgrading our guidelines. And now, currently, we only have a Japanese version, but trying now translating into English version. But I participated blue carbon workshop last week in Korea, but they had an English version, so they produced their own English version. Recently, it's easy to translate by just downloading the PDF and can make an English version of their own. So these are the eligible projects to be certified. So one is the activities in the natural environment. So they try to, they need a kind of baseline information. So in this case, at the beginning, no ecosystem exists, but through the conservation or restoration activities, over time, the seagrass or seaweed recover. And then it is a kind of additionality, we call it. Activities of with additionality can be considered to be eligible. And also, we can, the project can be also certified with using the artificial structures. Like maybe next presentation will, by Katayama-san, will touch upon this kind of using the artificial structure, because our marine environment is losing the kind of capacity to recover from the environmental changes caused by climate change or other things, and we need to support some artificial structures to strengthen their resilience. So by installing these kind of 3D structures, artificial 3D structures, then you can recover some seaweed or seagrass ecosystem over time. And we also think that seaweed farming can be also eligible for the blue carbon, as a blue carbon project. If they, for example, remain some of the seaweed product in the sea, then it can sequester carbon dioxide over time. And also if they put some research and development fund to grow seaweed faster or something, it also can be additional activities. And seagrass, mangroves, or salt marshes are considered conventional blue carbon ecosystems, which means IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has already has a guideline, wetland, it is called wetland guideline, published in 2014. And yeah, they basically accumulate and sequester carbon in their sediment. So it can be easier. But when we think about the seaweed, it sequesters a large portion of carbon in the water column or the outside of the ecosystem. So it's a bit more challenging to quantify this. But in Japan, many experts are now trying to quantify this difficult portion, and especially this water column portion. We now have a better understanding, scientific understanding, how much carbon is sequestered in the water column for more than 100 years. Yeah, and we started this kind of JBlue credit project, certification program in 2020. And the first year, we only had one project in Japan, and the second year, 4 projects. But last year, we increased the project to 21 from northern part of Japan to the southern part of Japan. So now we have a kind of climate, we can quantify the climate benefit to the, through this blue carbon credit mechanism, JBlue credit. But we also think that the human benefit by engaging more stakeholders in this kind of activity is quite important. And also it can better the ocean biodiversity environment. So we still need some index to measure this kind of other benefits, like a human benefit and environment benefit. But blue carbon can make this kind of virtuous cycle through these activities. Yeah, and this is one of the projects from Hayama Town, which my colleague Masanori-san is living, and the project includes macroalgal farming, and actually they have a very multi-stakeholder engagement in this program. And for example, fishermen grow seaweed, and then divers also are engaged, committed to this kind of, for example, removing the sea urchins, which eat out this seaweed. And then the people engaged in this program teach at the school, and school kids know what's going on in their seas, and also they sell the seaweed at the fish market. So it's kind of a good cycle of the program, project. Okay, and when we do this kind of thing, we need a measurement, and the reporting is very important. And we have a lot of remote sensing technologies, such as satellite imagery, or using the aircraft or drones, or we call the green laser technology to quantify the amount of blue carbon in the sea. And of course, we need a field monitoring also under the sea, like scuba diving or using underwater robots. So this kind of technology is also important to reduce the cost of monitoring, and as well as secure the accuracy of the measurement. Okay, so maybe the last part, blue carbon opportunities in the Caribbean. So this is a statement made by Prime Minister of Bahamas last year at the COP27. So there are many opportunities in the Bahamas waters, that the mangrove, seagrass, and salt marshes are very good carbon sinks, and they're trying, they're agreed to, in principle, with the IMF to partner together to make a carbon credit in Bahamas. Yeah, and this is based on this paper published by my friend, Professor Carlos Duarte, that they found a very large seagrass bed in the waters. So it can increase the seagrass inventory by 57%. It was not found previously. And this was found by using the tiger sharks to monitor around the So I think with this, I stop here, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
So we have 2 presentations, and it should be about 5 minutes long.
My name is Masai Katayama, President of Ocean Construction in Japan. First of all, thank you for giving me opportunity Satoumi with the use of shellnut with you today. Japan has a concept called Satoumi. It is effort to maintain and improve the marine environment by adding human intervention. This is a shellnut. Shellnut is an artificial reef component of the Satoumi, which is made of steel, concrete, and waste shells. There are more than 50,000 installations of shellnut. Five shellnut functions: growth of small organisms, providing place to hide for small fish, providing spawning ground, effective usage of waste shells, initiative improving fishermen. We conduct a survey by putting up a specimen of the same shape place in the sea. As a case study of Seto Island Sea in Japan, we can confirm about 300 times more prey animals in 2 years. What is the common content in paper using shells in the sea? Is the number of small animals explosively increases. In Japan, there are 4 seasons, and seasonal fluctuations are observed. However, the amount of prey animals and fish aggregations tend to be the same. As a habitat, stable supply of prey animals is a major factor in improving biological productivity. For example, directly peck, spawning eggs. The 5 biggest threats to our ocean by global agenda. Artificial reefs are approach to habitat. The use of shells can help provide shelter and feeding grounds, especially for juvenile fish. I would like to share a case in Mexico. In May 2023, we employ local fishermen, as we do in Japan. 2 fish were observed in the survey before installing shellnets. 7 days after installation of shellnets, many fish species were identified. 3 months later, the variety and amount of marine life is increasing. The survey, after salvaging specimens, 10 red-leaf species were also found. Summary: improving the fishery economy, improving the marine environment, reuse of shells, habitat for juvenile fish is necessary to secure fishery resources. Thank you for your kind attention.
Those certainly look like very happy fish. Well, thank you very much for all the presentations. Dr. Weber, do you think we have time for a couple questions? Right, and then take it. All right, so thank you, panel, for your participation. And so now we will move on to the next panel. Prof, you take the next panel. We're going to do this one and then we'll do the last one. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Robert, and thank you, presenters. And please do write down the questions so that we can take them at the end. We have 2 more presentations to take. Why? Because 2 of our presenters have had to cancel. One, the Coast Guard, Commander Lewin, was going to be here to tell us about the illegal fishing and unregulated fishing. I think he's gone out there to do some apprehension of illegal and unregulated fishers. So he is unavailable. So we'll work with that. But we do have 2 presentations which I think will capture the imagination of our audience, both in the room and online. So I'm going to ask Dr. Eddie if he would come forward, and Ms. Cole if she would come forward, and we'll take you at the 2 ends of the table as usual. I take it that we have their presentations ready to roll, yes? Dr. Eddie is already on screen. Yes, man, you're always first. That's what Professor Spencer told me, you're always first. And we've talked about many aspects of the blue economy. We're going to touch on 2 now. So now we're going to look at the transboundary, ocean and marine resource management. And Dr. Eddie, of course, is coming to us from the Caribbean Maritime University, where there is a fair amount of activity in terms of blue economy. They even have a blue economy center, which I didn't know until Professor Spencer reminded me. So we look forward to your presentation.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, everyone. I think Professor Weber and his team deserve a rounding applause for the magnificent work that they've done in putting this conference together. I think from the onset we've been lobbying and advocating for sustainability as it pertains to blue economy. Usually in the academic world, it's theory then practical, but what they've done is a nice fit in terms of an integration of the industry specialists and the theory to give us a good idea of where it is that we're going. And as we segue into the open discussion panel, or the open discussion, I think myself and the final speaker, our responsibility is just to put the ends together. It's pretty much tying it up all together. As Professor Weber mentioned, when we were approached as an educational institution, it was very easy for us to say yes. This is, again, another opportunity to add our voice to this narrative, that it's important for us to pay keen attention as it pertains to where it is that we're going as a country and as a world as it pertains to blue economy. So see this as a wrapping up, yeah, of some of the main points that we've covered already. So this is the agenda in terms of an introduction, a little on easy, marine transport, marine resource management, and a quick wrap up. We've alluded to this from the get-go. There's huge economic potential to restoring and taking care of our water resources. And if you look above that, the many areas that we can benefit from, it's endless. And if we do not pause now, a matter of fact, I would hasten to say that this is a good step in the right direction as we continue to advocate. But if we do not stop to really take note of what it is that we're going to lose if we don't pay keen attention to the sustainability of the oceans, then we don't have a tomorrow. And if the ocean were to be a country, it would have the 7th largest economy in the world. And that's value. That's really value. It gets even more important for us as a developing state because of the environment that we exist in and also our inability to possess some of the resources that we would really want to possess when we compare ourselves with first world countries. So we know this already, but just a quick rundown. The blue economy, what is it really? Is the overall contribution of the oceans to economies. Yeah, the need to address the environmental and ecological sustainability of the oceans. That's what we've been championing since we've been here. The ocean economy has a growth opportunity for both developed and developing nations, and that's why we're at the table today. Just a little data, the ocean economy is large and it's diverse, accounting for US 1.5 trillion of global gross value added economic activities. If it is that we're not going to be talking about it, then I'm not so sure how it is that we're going to be reaping some of the benefits that are there. And if you look among the many benefits, the eradication of poverty is one of the things we want to tackle, and the others. This is a snapshot of the ocean's global contributions, again putting things into context in terms of what is there. 80% of global trade by volume is carried by the sea. 350 million jobs worldwide are linked to fisheries, which was mentioned like several times since morning. 34% of crude oil production will come from offshore fields by 2025. And 50% of fish for human consumption is provided by aquaculture. We're in the right place. And I love the fact that the NGOs are here advocating and lobbying. It may take far more work because the policymakers need to push a little harder, but it's a good step in the right direction. We can't have the conversation without exclusive economic zones. Yeah, that's where we belong. What is it really? Coastal states' exclusive rights to explore and exploit natural resources within the zone, including fisheries, minerals, and energy resources. A little bit more on it. EEZ are valuable zones that offer significant economic and environmental opportunities for the countries in the region. It transformed several island states into much larger states with greater resources. and it brings new responsibilities of management, surveillance, and enforcement to the islands. And so, again, a part of the mix and contextualizing things, we must talk about marine transport. A little data on that: 80% of global trade by volume is via the ocean. 70% of global trade by value is via the ocean. Trade via ocean is expected to double by 2030, and trade via ocean is expected to quadruple by 2050. So what is it that we're really trying to manage? What is there? What is made available? None of us came and brought anything, but just by nature, these things are provided. But we have a responsibility as human beings. We have a responsibility as educators. We have a responsibility as practitioners. We have a responsibility as experts to ensure that we protect. And so this forms a huge part in terms of how we protect, in terms of the management systems that we integrate and put in place to ensure that survivability is reachable. All right? Some of the strategies we may have to implement more limitations in terms of zones. We may have to put in place more window period for things to be done. But it is very important that healthy oceans and marine ecosystems underpin the ocean economy. And it provides critical life support functions upon which human health and well-being depend. And so, in closing, the blue economy is an opportunity for the Caribbean region and developing states alike to be better harness and sustainably exploit the natural endowments of their blue resources to aid in national development and to fulfill, of course, the SDG 14 goal. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eddie. And I know that you would have brought a different perspective. Well, you can go on. Your question will follow you. I don't know where you're getting up and running to. But thank you for that perspective, and I think we all took note of what the possibilities are. We have our final presentation, and in fact, we have saved the best for last. The PIOJ has, on 2 occasions, created opportunities for all of Jamaica to get on board. That is, scientific community, the academia, the NGOs, the government entities. So you've created a platform for us to work. Again, when we reached out to say we're having this blue economy discussion and fisheries, they were very eager to come on board. And while I have apologies from Wayne, I know he has sent an able deputy who I now realize was at every one of those sessions. And that's why he probably asked you. He outside watching, you know. Ms. Cole, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's on? Okay. All right, so mine is the task of looking at the human element, the human resource development and social collaboration in the blue economy, and talking about the importance of that to us really leveraging the full potential of the blue economy in Jamaica. I'm going to skip the outline in the interest of time, but we have heard this over and over since morning about the major players in the blue economy in Jamaica, and Dr. Bellamy, I included fisheries. We have more than 20,000 registered fishers. We also know that tourism is a major player, contributing roughly 10% to our gross domestic product and accounting for 8% of the total employed labor force. We also know of Jamaica's importance as a major regional hub for maritime transportation. But there are also emerging sectors, and some of these were identified in our recently concluded Jamaica Blue Economy Framework Project, a project that was funded by ProBlue from the World Bank. So some of the emerging sectors, you would have heard about the marine renewable energy before. We also have marine biotechnology and bioprospecting, which has potential for creating new products and pharmaceuticals and biofuels and all of that goodies, right? So why is human resource development important in all of this? When we talk about human resource development, we're talking about the workforce or the labor force. and the development of that labor force to ensure that we have long-term sustainability in the blue economy. And as we have seen in the previous slides, the blue economy is very multifaceted. There are many different players in the blue economy. And there's a lot of potential for jobs, there's potential for boosting our economy and improving the livelihoods of our Jamaican citizens, which is very important. But at the heart of all of this is the people element and the labor force, which will help to drive that development of the blue economy. So human resource development strategy is essential for building the knowledge and the expertise that is required to effectively manage and exploit the blue economy. Sustainably, sorry for the use of the word exploit, right? So this begins with skills development. There are emerging sectors, and we have skills that are going to be required and competencies that are going to be required in these emerging sectors. And we have to ensure that our universities and our colleges and our training institutions are offering those specialized training courses to ensure that we can fully leverage and benefit from the blue economy. And when these programs are put in place, the result is a skilled labor force that is capable of implementing sustainable practices in the blue economy. When we are talking about human resource development, we're also talking about research and innovation, right? A strong human resource development framework fosters research and innovation within the blue economy. That again will include collaboration with our universities and colleges, our private sector, and of course the government of Jamaica. And our research can focus on the development of new technologies and practices, for example, in the fisheries sector. Recently, I was reading an article against deep sea mining, and I'm not for or against. I'm neutral, right? I'm still learning, I'm neutral. But I started to think about what if there are some technologies that can be developed, right? That we can use to sustainably carry out deep sea mining. I'm just putting it out there. No, I hear you say no, but I mean, unless we do the research, unless we, dig into the innovation, I'm just giving a food for thought, all right? Could it be possible? Just putting that out there. Could it be possible that we could have some innovation in that area? It may not be possible, but could it be, all right? We're talking about policy and regulation as well. The effective management of the blue economy requires a robust institutional and regulatory framework. In fact, one of the challenges or the gaps that was identified under the Jamaica Blue Economy Framework project was that although we have a number of players in the blue economy, a number of institutions, number of legislation, the institutional framework was deemed to be ineffective, and some of our policies were either outdated or they have not been implemented. So they have been developed but shelved. And for Jamaica to fully leverage the blue economy potential, we need a unifying framework. But all of this, again, requires human capacity. So human resource development it's critical to ensure that the capacity is built in environmental law, in marine resource management, in policy development. These expertise will be needed and are critical to the blue economy. Then you have heard a lot about the public awareness and advocacy and community engagement and the work that is being done in terms of the special fisheries areas and how conservation efforts have been advanced because of community engagement. So we know that that is also a critical part of the human resource development, to just include our local communities to ensure that when we're diversifying our tourism product, the local community is included. Community-based tourism is being carried out in other parts of the world. And also to ensure that the fisher folk are aware of our sustainable fisheries practices when we come up with them and so forth and so on. So the importance of public awareness and advocacy and community engagement to the blue economy cannot be overstated. And then, of course, there's international collaboration, and that's why we're having this workshop today, the collaboration with Japan. But human resource development can help to facilitate international collaboration, allowing Jamaica to learn and share its experiences with other countries while pursuing the blue economy. And engaging in knowledge exchange and partnerships, they can help us to tap into global expertise to access funding. We heard the World Bank talking about funding this morning, and also to participate in joint research and development projects and so on. Then when we talk about social collaboration, now some of these overlap with the human resource development, so I will not be talking about everything on this slide. But when we're talking about social collaboration and why it's important because we need to come together, work together to achieve the goal of economic growth and marine conservation. All the players are important and all the players will have to come together. And when we have social collaboration, it's important because of the economic benefits that we can gain. For example, when we have think tanks and we have business incubators and accelerators, those can help us to create new businesses or jobs in the blue economy, which can benefit the Jamaican society as a whole. Then social collaboration is also important for resilience building and adaptation. We have local examples. Some of them are with challenges, as we heard from the participant from CCAM, but we have examples like the Jamaica Marine Protected Areas Network, which brings together government agencies, NGOs, local communities, working together for the common goal of managing our marine protected areas. We also have the Fisheries Association, which represents the interests of our fisher folk. There's also the Jamaica Fish Sanctuary Network, which is a national network of fish sanctuary partners, government, policy makers, researchers, and so on, that is dedicated to restoring productivity to coral reefs and improving the livelihoods of coastal communities. So social collaboration is critical to ensure that the development of the blue economy is inclusive and that everyone benefits, especially persons who are living in those coastal communities. So quickly, let me go through some of the challenges, and some of these challenges were articulated in the Blue Economy Roadmap that was developed for Jamaica. Right? So the number one challenge that we have to address is the skills gap, especially in the emerging sectors. The roadmap spoke to the need to collect better data to help us to identify the skills needed to support the blue economy. And a recommendation was made in the roadmap for us to undertake a skills assessment in relation to the current and future blue economy opportunities. In terms of the mismatch between education and the labor market needs in the blue economy, we have to ensure that the programs and the training being offered by our local universities and colleges and training institutions match with the current and future labor market needs of the blue economy. We spoke about the emerging sectors and the potential that they have for economic benefit or gain to the country. So we have to develop programs to ensure that we can fully leverage these. We saw an example of a shell nurse technology just a while ago. Those kind of things would need to ensure that we have capacity in those areas, and we're building programs and training at our universities and our training institutions to match those needs that will emerge in the labor market. And then we have to build awareness about the blue economy among our Jamaican citizens. During the baseline assessment, it was found that a lot of Jamaicans, even those working in the blue economy, did not know the term blue economy. They just know that they work in fisheries or they work in tourism, but they had never heard the word blue economy. So we have to build awareness to ensure that all Jamaicans are able to participate in the blue economy, and we have to ensure that gender mainstreaming and social equity are fully integrated in the development of the local blue economy. Of course, with regard to social collaboration, we have to ensure that adequate systems are in place to ensure the sustainability and full operation of our social networks. A number of our networks are not functioning, and we need to make sure the systems are in place to ensure their sustainability. And finally, I spoke about the fact that we have a number of players. We have 12 ministries and 39 agencies that have some role to play in the blue economy currently. And 12 ministries, 39 agencies. And then, of course, you have the private sector. The private sector isn't included in this amount. We have more than 50 pieces of legislation that are related to the blue economy. However, a unifying framework is going to be needed to bring all of this together for us to fully leverage the blue economy and to drive human resource development and social collaboration in the blue economy. Now, the government named the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation as the ministry with portfolio responsibility for the blue economy. And so one of the recommendations was for the ministry to establish a blue economy unit or division or branch, something to that effect, to help to drive the blue economy development in Jamaica and to drive human resource development and social collaboration in the blue economy. So with that said, I thank you for listening, and I'm making recommendations for us to find these two very useful tools, the recommendations for a blue economy roadmap for Jamaica and financing options for a blue economy for Jamaica. They were done under the Jamaica Blue Economy Framework Project, and they have a lot of information, a very good action plan for us to leverage a blue economy in Jamaica. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Patrine Cole from PIOJ, who clearly was the right person to bring our group of presentations to culmination with. Can you go back to the slide before with the recommendations? Because that encapsulates a lot of what we've talked about today as the gaps that need to be closed, whether it is from academia, from industry, from NGO, from practitioners. That's a key slide. So we will, please, we will take that slide. Okay, so I know that you've been taking questions in your little brown books, and now is your chance to put them forward. So yes, before your little brown book, there was one question that came before lunch, and remember I said I was leaving it. The question is, where is Dr. Eddie? The question is, what role does the Ministry of Education have to play in the blue economy? And I think it came up a while ago on that slide as item 2, and we're in an educational institution, and I might even say, yes, I'm the director of the Center for Marine Sciences, but there's a whole university dedicated to Caribbean maritime. What's the role of education? Any comments from any educator here? I don't need the answer now, I need you to think about it, because it will come up again in the wrap. Now I will take your question. Who are you? Remember the rules, and it's a long day, but the rules of the game. Who are you? Where are you from?
Right. My name is David Reed. I am a student of the University of the West Indies, and I have.
You're from the Department of Life Sciences in the Faculty of Science and Technology. Yes. Bring it home. Bring it home.
Yes. I am indeed, and I have 3 questions mainly geared towards Dr. Andrew Eddy and Miss Patrine Cole.
Mr. Eddy taking a call from him boss outside, so we'll hold the question for him. Go on.
Okay.
Well, Miss Cole is here, ready and able.
Right.
Ever ready, did we say?
Along with anyone else who's able to answer these questions. So, well, I noticed he mentioned experts, educators, and practitioners need to be accountable and take care of our environment, but what about the students? With all these initiatives emerging across the different agencies and organizations, What are the efforts geared towards getting students involved with the work being done? Because students are indeed eager to contribute towards filling information gaps within not only the scientific community, but the general population. And as a proud representative of the Biology Students Association, which is a club within the Department of Life Sciences, we are here willing to make a difference and input change with new initiative and innovative minds. So a few members from our executive body are here today. We have Bethany right here, Jason, Lael over there, and Reese. I hope I'm pronouncing everything correctly. So, right. My second question.
This is a paid advertising from BSA for. Go ahead.
My second question, opportunities within the field of blue economics seem slightly underrepresented and under-advertised. How do we as students get involved? I understand that the university presents its students with opportunities. However, are there any additional efforts to put more emphasis on advertising all these possible opportunities? My third and final question, what advice is there for students to get experience aimed at getting a job after graduating? Because some jobs actually require a couple years of experience for you to even be competitive against other people. So these are my main questions. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Eddie is out the room, but we're going to tackle that one. Patrina, you want to take that first? The last question we have. You mentioned what are the role of students?
Okay. Right. 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 So, as I said before, I agree with you that the opportunities, a lot of Jamaicans are not aware of the blue economy and the opportunities in the blue economy. So one of the recommendations that was made was for us to have a public education campaign. And that campaign would, of course, include pulling in students from the university and talking to students from the university about the blue economy and the opportunities there. From our end at the PIOJ, what we're trying to do as a next step is to meet with universities to try to see if we can craft a plan or a way forward in terms of education and training in the blue economy. So that's a next step that we're planning, and I guess it's the onus now is on the universities to decide whether they're going to take up those programs or not, but we are actively trying to reach out to the universities to have some dialogue with them about the opportunities in the blue economy. In terms of a job, we generally have an internship program which gives you a very good experience. Oh, okay, right. Right, so that just make sure that when you go on the internship, you don't do filing and you actually get some experience in the area that you're placed, all right?
Thank you very much, Ms. Cole. Well said. I know Robert wants to comment, and then I see our friend from World Bank who also wants to make opportunities happen.
Well, just to say that the blue economy is not something new to us in the Caribbean. We've always thrived because of it. And candidly, basic skills are needed to work in the blue economy. I'll give you an example. In the UK, when they were doing a lot of the offshore wind turbines, for example, they didn't have enough welders and metal workers to actually do that project on time. So these are some basic skills which apply not just to the blue economy, but the economy more broadly. And I think our colleague from the PIOJ is right. Securing internships in various industries. So, for example, if you were interested, or someone is interested in the renewable energy space, securing an internship in that space could probably serve you very well when you graduate to get possibly a job or certainly the experience for a future job. in that particular segment of the blue economy. So I don't think there's really a rocket science answer to it. You know, you really just have to try and get as much experience through internships. Sometimes you even have to work, you know, for free sometimes to get that leg up. And then when you graduate, you'll be in a better position to get a full-time job in this space.
I just wanted to pipe in, to quote the fisheries, cast your net wide. There are literally thousands of internships out there. The World Bank has some, PIOJ has some, you know, the Inter-American Development Bank has some. We both have big presences here. But also, I got my job because I was an activist in graduate school. And that, get involved in community activism. It's a long story, so I won't go into that here, but get involved in local activism, community activism, environmental activism, saving the beaches, organize these beach drives, things like that. That gives you the experience, and that's something that, if I'm looking at hiring somebody as a junior professional at the World Bank, hey, this guy was out doing, and you may not end up working on blue economy the first week, but as our colleague said, blue economy is a new word for an old job. When I started at the bank, it was integrated coastal zone management. The terminology will change, but it's relying on nature and the oceans to produce economic development. So cast your net wide. If somebody says no, go talk to somebody else and get active in the community. That will build you the experience that people want to look at.
Anyone you run out? A question was posed, which I'll give you 2 seconds to think about. We're going to take Brandon's question, but the question is, what's the role of education and educational institutions in advancing our blue economy discussion? You had a question?
They go first. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gishan from the Ministry of Science. I lead the research unit. But just to kind of, I guess, follow up with the discussion previously, it's like how to make yourself marketable. You know, taking it back to, for example, us scientists, we don't always know how to develop a business idea. And maybe what we need to do, some of the players in the room, is to develop a comprehensive ecosystem around, business ecosystem around the blue economy, just to show students or persons who are within the field, academia, how they can transition their idea to develop it into an actual business. And this takes me back to the energy discussion, which is really why I'm here today, to see the nexus with energy and the blue economy. And I know Gary, I think his name was, from Barbados, spoke a bit of, spoke on it, and he spoke about utilizing the thermocline and the wind and all of that. And any energy policy or biofuel, biomass, or energy policy is going to include those wind turbine, putting solar panels on the surface of the ocean and so on. But there's an important part that we're missing out, which kind of, to me, shows us the timeline or the connection between coastal communities. And he touched briefly on it, which is biofuels. Bring it back to algae, bring it back to seaweed, where I'm seeing, if we focus a bit more on biofuels in this regard, we can see it being translated from poor communities or coastal communities, where fisher folks in these communities are having issues with traditional artisanal fishing. And so eventually we'll have to transition from this type of industry into something a bit more sustainable, using their same skills and all, right? So if we're able to break down the ability of my friend here, who knows the science, who knows where to grow the best algae in Jamaica, who knows where to grow green algae, or to optimize growth, or to optimize red algae, and to have that translate into biofuels, then he has a business idea to see how we can employ persons from the coastal communities to supply his business to make this biofuel, to then make a case, for example, to government or policymakers to make this a statement in policy. So that kind of thinking is important. Partnership, partnering with persons who have a strong business mind. you have the strong science mind. That kind of thinking and back and forth and collaboration, I believe, is necessary. And we're seeing it playing out here today. We see persons from different sectors sitting in a room talking about these things. But yeah, those are my comments on that.
Well taken, Gushan. I like to take what you've said is very good. The succinct way of saying it is you want a blue economy indicator and incubator. And we can do that. That's a great idea. Brandon? Thank you. And I think I know where that one was coming from because she whispered that she had an issue with it. I'm going to ask Dean Taylor if he wants to take that question in a few moments. I like to give people time to spin up their ideas because Dean Taylor sits in many places, and one place he sat recently is on a board that looked at education, not just primary, secondary, tertiary, but looked at education. So 1 second, Michael. I want Dr. Eddy to comment on the role of education coming from an entity which is, see, I can always say, and I teach in medicine, and I teach in engineering, and I teach in history and archaeology, as well as marine. The CMU, your entire being, is blue economy. Any comment?
I think the gentleman has said it eloquently, educational institutions are supposed to be the first vehicles through which this cause is going to be championed. But he made an important point that it has to be addressed from the grassroots level. We can beef up and we can retrofit our programs, but if it's not going to take effect in actuality, then that's going to be a huge problem. So what we've seen, what we've been doing, we've been partnering with the experts, practitioners, to come in and to have these different sessions. We've partnered with them in such a way where students who are interested in that particular field are able to do intern at those companies. And so moving it from the theoretical framework, moving it from the classroom, moving it from the four walls, I think is what persons are asking. How does it take effect and impact the greater Jamaica and the greater world? It is that constant and continuous partnership with key players. But I think from an educational perspective, we must be that first voice. And how we do that in terms of providing that kind of awareness through our programs and different initiatives.
Fully agree with you. Dean Taylor?
I think you're asking me to comment from a perspective of education reform. Right. And true, recently, as part of a committee that was looking on education reform in the country, and a number of the things that you're speaking about came out as recommendations. So clearly looking back at what a curriculum that is infused with STEM and how this integrates then with STEM. Doing STEM from an early childhood, from the earlier levels. And so we're looking on curriculum to deal with that. Immersive learning was another key thing, and how you therefore not just teach in the classroom, but then also take that and deal with immersive learning. And perhaps one aspect that you didn't speak to, however, is even if you put it at the early childhood level, you're going to need teachers to teach. And so you now also have to deal with teachers' college curricula and teaching new mechanisms to teach, so you get that immersive thing, etc. So all of those were some of the ideas that came out as recommendations. Where I would say the onus lies here now is to make sure these recommendations get implemented. And there is at present an implementation strategy, and so when those things come up for public consultation, we have to make sure. So this is the responsibility of all those in the room here now, that you don't just leave them as wonderful recommendations, but since those are synergistic with what you are putting forward, to make sure that this voice is at the table in those fora.
Thank you very much, Dean Taylor, which is exactly the very last thing I'm going to ask you all to work with us is for the selected members who we had pinched to say, come and sit up here for a panel. That panel, we want to take any ideas and all ideas that have been here and in 15 minutes decide what do we leave here with. Because for instance, the point you raised, so everybody know that I reached out to them by WhatsApp, email and something. So I have all of you now. And each of you have a responsibility to take an intern, which is what he's talking about. We have the students who want to do it. Some of you do it, some of you don't, some of you can do more. So we need to have the multiplier effect. So everybody who you touch in the blue economy now needs to go a little further. I pause here and I would like to welcome the res rep from JICA, Mr. Kawasaki. Very well. Glad you could be here, and I say that as we reach out, we know that partnerships such as the one you have preferred here works, and we will be reaching out for more partnerships. Sir Trench, you have the last question while I invite the members of the panel. Monique?
Okay, it's a comment, Prof. Dale. I completely agree with the opinions regarding early education, semi-education, all of that. But I want to speak to the students who are in university now. Firstly, I'd just like to say the Center for Marine Sciences, Discovery Bay Marine Lab, we do an internship program that we take 4 interns per cycle. And I can tell you, I don't have 4 this cycle, and I don't have 4 for next year. So you're not even applying for them internally. So please step up your game regarding that. And I was just thinking, and hearing all the different agencies having internships available, I think it would be good for the country to have maybe a Ministry of Science-based clearinghouse for these different opportunities, because I think for the most part, a lot of these young people are checking just Instagram for the information. I don't know how widely they're looking. But another thing I want to say to you guys, and Prof. Dale and I were just talking about this 2 weeks ago, in the blue economy, you can make your own job. I just asked Ms. Curtis why they don't have monitoring in St. Thomas and St. Elizabeth, and she said it out her own mouth. They don't have anybody down there to really push it. And I was saying to Prof. Dale a couple of weeks ago, I'd love to be on an NGO board, a new NGO that young people start. I'd love to play that role, but nobody has ever asked. So sometimes the answer is right there in front of you and you're just not pushing enough. And lastly, I want to say, ensure that when you're graduating, you're good students, because some of you don't have the GPA to do an MPhil, which is a problem, to do a research-based project to really push you on to the next level, postgraduate and all of that. So ensure that if you're a student now, you're doing it well, and you're undeniable when you have a good idea that a professor will want to take you on. Thank you.
Incubator that we talk about is also a part of self-innovation while we make it happen. All right, colleagues. We have had a fantastic day, but I know it's a long day and we're bringing it to a close. How do we want to close it? We want to ask a few of the members who have been here, a few of the members who have been here before, who have been pivotal, to give us 1 or 2 thoughts of what they saw or what they know that I can put on my document that I can walk away. Because I've been charged with the responsibility of having a 1-page after today. And that 1 page should say, here are some recommendations. Here are some things we knew. Here are some things we didn't know. And here is what we're going to do next. So, each of you have, I like to give you a little time to think about it. You'd have to think. Oh, excuse me. All right. So, Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to start with the people who haven't spoken yet. So, Nancy, you benefited from this blue economy business before. You fly all over the place and you spoke to people and learned things. From what you heard today and from what you have known before, if you had one recommendation and one comment out of this whole blue economy and fisheries, what would it be? Remember, you're talking to the team who is going to be talking to the minister and the prime minister. We had the minister here this morning. So you have all ears. What would you want to say?
Thank you for that question. I actually had a little presentation with my recommendations because I knew that this is what I was going to speak about today. But my key points from that was that youth involvement, like Dr. Devlin here said, youth is the most critical part of creating this blue future that we all want to see. With my involvement with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and with UE, I got sent to Panama this year for the Our Ocean Youth Leadership Summit. It was really life-changing and it was inspiring. Why? Because before I was not sure about what to expect. Maybe I was going to sit down there and listen to more people make promises and tell us what they're going to do. But no, seeing not just student leaders, young leaders there, just passionate for development and ready to enact change. We saw policymakers, we saw the government of Panama ready and eager to give us that space and to listen to us and what we had to say. There's so many youth to pull from. It's global. There were so many, thousands of applications that came in for that summit. So we have the people there ready to contribute and to give back, to give them their solutions, give us their solutions. So we need that space, we need that support, because I think I speak for a lot of our students here, and well, they're leaving, but we face a lot of climate anxiety. We're in the midst of a climate crisis, and we're worrying for our futures. We're worrying for what's going to happen next. And we have ideas. We are innovators. We are ready. And I don't know if maybe you could pull up the picture of my team and I presenting in Panama. But what that did for us was instill a sense of stewardship, environmental stewardship, and pride in what we're doing. And that gave us a platform to continue innovating. Another point is that collaboration. I'm so glad to see many of you here that I haven't met before, but I'm very eager and willing to reach out and connect. To see that support from our policymakers, from our governments, that is very crucial to creating this blue future and for directing us in the right way to do it, because we need that mentorship. And like what was said, it's not only about marine and the environment, it includes everyone, our architects, our engineers. We saw mentors from biomimesis in Costa Rica that came to help us create our solutions in Panama. And while we had our ideas on innovations, they were able to help us bring it to life, to construct the actual mechanisms, right, to help us carry out our plan. And I'm proud to say that my group actually won the challenge out of 10 other groups. And I actually, yeah, thank you. I actually based my challenge, so it was kind of my idea. I based it in Jamaica and our research and Discovery Bay, because I know our corals, where I do my research right now, it's not looking too nice. And I'm actually very scared to go back to see what's the status of it now. But basically the mechanism was about creating this device to help filter the sediments and nutrients before it got to the coral reefs, because there's development taking place right on the coast, right above our coral reefs. So that mechanism, we got advice from our architects and engineers to help us create that, and with that solution we won, and that was really, really impactful to us. And we want to thank our organizers and sponsors just for giving us that opportunity to voice our opinions. So yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. That was more than two, but I'm good with it because I've taken what I need from that. Ideas, innovators, stewardship, collaboration, mentorship, partnership. So I'm going to the other end of the spectrum. Ladies first. Monique. Gavin, give her that mic. One sentence, Monique. So I want one recommendation and one statement.
So
I don't want to take a deep breath like you.
I think in most instances when I get this kind of platform, I kind of push the idea of now thinking about planning our spaces beyond our terrestrial space. Everyone is very familiar with the parish development orders that we have. Jamaica is moving towards a national spatial plan. But I think one of the fundamental tools for looking towards a blue economy is a marine spatial plan. We have, as a previous presenter mentioned, Ms. Cole, over 50 legislative pieces in Jamaica alone that deals with the marine space. That tells you about the conflicts in users that can arise if it is that we're not zoning proactively the resources that we want to protect versus the areas that we can use for specific activities. So I think one of the fundamental tools that we need as a next step is lobbying and getting that political will behind the preparation of a marine spatial.
Thank you very much. That is very good. Dean, you going next as the middleman?
Sure. Thank you very much. One recommendation I would have is, well, you actually said you are going to release a statement, and I would love to make sure that this workshop produces a single one-page statement which captures what are the gaps.
You're writing it, you know. Sorry, you saying it and I writing it.
You know, what were the main discussion points, and that's so that the workshop actually has a Caribbean Blue Economy statement that came out of this data atmosphere. But that wasn't my one recommendation.
No, that was Roberts, but he had to step out. So.
You had a number of presentations and a number of these things. Look, yeah, you were limited by time, but each of these presentations really needs to become a short course, a short online course that any technocrat somewhere can pick up on a portal and quickly come up to date with that. This is the era of education and upskilling, right? If one thing could come out of this, choose the 3 or 4 presentations and build them into that short course, which now becomes available to all the public serving, all the public servers, all the people who are interested, etc., so that the longevity of what you did here continues and it's not limited to this space. And then my one other point would be, picking up on the idea of the marine spatial plan, don't forget that we now need to integrate what you did here as a marine spatial plan in the wider plans for the country. And we're thinking, I'm sorry, the Caribbean has met. They have 2 new tools coming on stream. One is a Jamaica data portal, which I think has already been launched and shown half of you know about it. Go into that portal and find out what are missing blue economy elements. If they are not there, then advocate for that. It's supposed to be a data portal on which you can layer, etc., etc., etc. We have another one coming on, JS. Jamaica Systematic Risk Assessment to the JS RAT. I don't like how it sounds. Right. And again, to assess risk, especially in all kinds of risk. What are the layers? What are the missing data points, the indicators of the blue economy that must be built in now so that the whole kind of integration across all spheres and interdisciplinarity is captured. That would be my statement.
Excellent, Dean. Thank you so much. Gavin, one recommendation. What? They're very bad students. Eh? They don't follow instructions, you know.
I failed math in school.
A good thing this is English.
The first one, Prof. The reinstatement of the aquaculture course at the University of the West Indies.
You met the boss guy? Oscar, you know. All right, go.
The R&D, joint R&D with the university and places like the National Fisheries Authority. The young man, too bad he's gone. who was asking about, oh, he's here, oh, yeah. You're asking about, oh, you can't hear about these things. Dr. and myself were discussing, we talked about it. In our days, we had no internet, we had no cell phone. We had to go out and search for opportunities and go out and search for them. There are places like the National Fisheries Authority. Come there, find out what we're doing, do some R&D, write a paper on it, and have something that can be put into industry from what the university does. A lot of things are all theoretical, nothing to sell to industry, nothing to put into practice. Let's think about that. I know it's one. And the other thing is
1A and 1B.
yeah, okay, 1C now. 1C. 1C is to deal with innovation, but for value-added fishery products. There's a lot of waste in fishery products. Waste. We need to reduce waste of fishery products, and we need to do value-added. I was in Norway last week. I want to see what they do with fishery waste over there. It's ridiculous. They spoke about using the tilapia for burns, use it for collagen, for food, for all of these things, for cosmetics. We need to do R&D that we can reduce the waste and get the food product. So the fish heads and all of these things, let us dry them, let us grind them, let us make fish meal, let us use it as an additive, a protein additive. Instead of buying protein shakes from overseas, use these things as protein additives. Do a smoothie, do a smoothie, give it 10% protein. You know, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Masanura, I've left you for last because you all don't realize, or you may, that this concept came to us by Masanura saying to Dean Taylor, I want to do this. Of course, you know, Dean Taylor looked down the line and says, this looks like a life science job. And the head of life sciences looked and said, this looks like a Center for Marine Science job. So you have the last say, Masanura.
Okay, thank you. And really wonderful day today. And I thank Professor Dale Weber and also Dean Taylor and all the speakers for sharing with us the wonderful inspirations. I may say that like three keywords. One is, of course, sustainability. The other one is empowerment. And another one is connections. And the connection means that, you know, we really need to connect knowledge, connect disciplinaries, laws, economics, marine biologies, ecology, ecosystems. All these knowledge have to be connected. The secondary, I think we need to connect people. We have to work with fishermen, tourism sectors, energy experts, government, private sectors, finance people. We need to connect people. And I really think that we also need to connect ecosystems, marine ecosystem, coastal ecosystem, terrestrial ecosystems. And these connections, I think University of West Indies is really an ideal platform. Caribbean Maritime University is also here. These educational institutions that have a little more than national coverage, but geographically sub-regional, regional coverage, really provide a platform for connecting people, connecting knowledge, connecting stakeholders. And I really hope that the Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasekal Peace Foundation can be a part of this unifier for bringing people, bringing knowledge, and for achieving our common objectives. That is really to promote ocean conservations and sustainable blue economies. Now, once again, really thank you, and I hope that this will be a part of a continuous process toward leading to the much upper scale the impact activities that we can embark upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Masanura, and thank you all panelists for your last sentence, which I think helped to focus what we need to do, what we need to make happen next. I take from that the common thread of knowledge, communication, application, because that's what you all spoke about in various ways. I'm pleased to say that one of the things that Dean and I spoke about when we were through with this is, can we replicate this? Because I think what we did here today was brilliant. I think we can replicate this at our, well, the university being a regional university, we need to do this at St. Augustine and Cave Hill. Surmies would jump at an opportunity, I'm sure. I'm sure the Department of Life Sciences in St. Augustine would, or IMA would, and our Five Island campus in Antigua, which has just started, actually has a center for excellence in blue economy, but it hasn't gotten off the ground yet. Maybe this is how we can make the best contribution, Dean, to making the blue economy a university regional-wide footprint that carries all the views and strengths that we have here today. So thank you all very much for participating, for contributing, for staying the course, for making a difference. Not everybody talking to us. We need audience too, so you're important. So give yourselves a hand, please. And I really want to thank the foundation, the Statistical Peace Foundation, for having dreamt this up, for having decided it was worth the investment, and for bringing on board the partners that you did, because I know New Leaf came on board because of you. JICA is actually helping us with some of the other opportunities, and all the entities that said yes without one question being asked. All the contributors, and as I said, some people sent their representative if they couldn't be here. I'm sure the message will go back, but that statement that we will make, which will now resonate as the output from this Blue Economy workshop, is going to make a difference, I think, in the decision-making process, in the activation process, and in our daily lives. We need to turn it around. We need to make sure that everybody is on board. Our youth are the key. Our current persons in their jobs and their responsibilities are the key holders. And I think we are the pressure point which need to make the difference. Thank you all. Have a very good afternoon. And I would like to invite you to share a few refreshments before you leave.